Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the which way.
Consequences.
I'm staying in the race.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
What now?
Jesus, I say that.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
It's a great day for being sad.
That's hot.
So hot right now. This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Come on!
Break now.
I see that you know your judo well.
China? China. I have to have my China.
Awful. Weak.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
This is ridiculous.
Precision of language, please.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Welcome to the Resistance.
Cal?
Oh, girl, baby girl. Don't even play.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Aren't I a good guy?
What now?
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I got boxes full of Pepe!
Well, here we are, once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Trying to make sense of it all. Well, gotta tell you, we have a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, so I suppose we better get right to it. As always, buckle up those seatbelts, face spams. We got quite a journey ahead of us, and wouldn't want you to go floating off into the deep dark void that we call space. Wait, why is my mouth not moving? The fuck? Check, check, check. Oh, come on. What the? I will slap you in your stupid face. I swear to God. What the fuck, dude? Oh my God. Okay, it's pissing me off. Come on. What is the deal? What in the hell is the deal here, dude? Alright, there we go. Solved it. Fixed it. That was killing me. Alright. To the office. Here we are. Great to see everyone here today. Better do some shout-outs first before we get started. Hermit Horologist, Sue Fairy Dust B, Moa Noip 123 in the YouTube chat. Sammy, a close fourth. Arvin Trevino here too. Icebreaker Gaming, Bela B-Balm, Atticus Among Us, Soul Life, B-Cat, Del Sol Verde, Disco Wolf, E-Rock 121. I think I got you all in here. If I didn't, I'm sorry. We've got a lot to get to. Starting in the United States. Oh, God damn it. I am fucking up today. My my fridge broke on my Earth apartment. And it's caused my whole whatever to be completely fucked. All my food went bad. It's really been throwing me off, not gonna lie. Just sort of all over the place right now. How's everybody doing? Hopefully good. Sorry, gotta do a little unexpected things I should have done before the stream. Basically, that's what I'm saying. I didn't do my job. I didn't prepare. Full screen yourself, sir. Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There we go. I solved it. I solved it. No big deal. That's what I always say. Oh, I say that. All right, yeah. Let's start it off with some good news. Momentarily, we'll see if it winds up holding. But let's talk passports. Let's talk passports real quick. So here, 6 ABC of Philadelphia from 14 hours ago. Okay, why are you being a dick? Oh God, and we have no sound now. What is happening? You are killing me right now.
This is ridiculous.
Okay, take two. Take two. Everything's gonna be fine.
New this morning, applicants for U.S. passports can once again select the gender that matches their identity, at least for now. A federal judge blocked the Trump administration in requiring passport applicants to select the gender that matches their biological sex. That means anyone can now use whichever gender they identify with on their passport application. The judge ruled that the government's passport policy violates the equal protection rights of transgender and non-binary.
Well, there we go. I figured we'd start off with a little good news because the rest of the stream is going to be fucked. Okay. But there we go, people. At least for now, it's not the Supreme Court. It is a federal court judge. But this does, at least for the interim time, allow people to put on their passports the gender marker which they identify with, rather than being forced by the government to use the gender which was assigned to them at birth. I'm sure that Donald Trump will immediately, Pam Bondi will jump on this one. I'm sure it will be at the Supreme Court any time now, that shadow docket. I'm sure it'll make it on there. Speaking of passports, you know, there's been a lot of stuff going on around immigration. I don't know if you've heard, dialed into what's been going on out there. But of course, we watched the LA protests last week. And it's a litany of other sorts of immigration-related things. I'm sure most of you are aware of the fact that Brad Lander, NYC comptroller and Democratic mayoral candidate, was arrested by ICE while he was attempting to observe as well as obtain a warrant from these ICE agents. Let's start here.
You don't have a judicial warrant. You have a judicial warrant.
Keep going. Push back up. Sorry, you back up. I'm gonna make this difficult. Sorry. Back up. Just back up. Let's not cause any problems.
I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is it?
Sir,
where is the warrant?
I have it in my hand here.
I would like to see the warrant. I would like to see the warrant, and then I will let go. I would like to see the warrant, and then I will let go. Take him in. Let's go. You don't have the Sir, you don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens.
It's true. They don't have the authority to do what they're doing. It's ridiculous.
Come on! I'm standing right here in the hallway. I asked to see the judicial warrant. By asking for a judicial warrant, you don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens asking for a judicial warrant. Stay back, please. Stay back.
Go too. Sorry. No way. I'm safe.
Illegal.
Where are you taking him? Hello?
Hello.
Since you have no authority to arrest U.S. citizens, where are you taking me?
Oh, wow. Look at this. I love this one. The ICE agents are wearing what I believe Republicans refer to as chin diapers, right? Isn't that what they call them? Fascinating. I mean, I guess that makes it seem like maybe you're not trying to hide your identity while working for the federal government, and rather, you know, maybe you're just taking health real serious. Maybe that's what's happening.
Since you have no authority to arrest U.S. citizens, where are you taking me? And with what authority?
Why are you arresting
With what authority?
And where are you taking him?
Security details. Number one is going to go with him, all right? Hang on, please, number one. Hold on. Brett, number one right here, all right? Thank you.
You don't have that.
Yeah, this was disturbing. When I saw it, I was utterly floored. And I'm still, honestly, at a loss for words on all of this. I mean, of course, I have words to say about it, but I see this and I'm just like, we have made it. We've made it, not to the promised land, but to fascism. United States of authoritarianism is where we're living right now. Federal agents arresting lawmakers just for attempting to ensure that someone's constitutional rights are protected. It's horrifying. Terrible. All right, let's go here to CBS New York. This was from yesterday. Brad Lander's wife spoke out about his arrest.
This is breaking news.
His security detail from the NYPD was with him. I know that he is being held in the building. I'm not sure on which floor. And we have been told that he is well, and I don't know when he's expected to come out.
Thank you.
What are they telling you about why? Can you tell us what happened? Were you with him?
I was with him. So let me say again, my name is Meg Barnett. The last name is spelled Barnettete. I am Brad's wife. I joined him today because this is the third time that he has done court watching here, and I have been moved and horrified and found his stories very compelling, and wanted to be here with him to witness for myself. What I saw was shocking and unacceptable and not in accordance. I am an attorney. I haven't practiced law in a while, but I sure know that what I saw today was not the rule of law.
Illegal.
That was not due process. I know, and the way people are being treated is absolutely unacceptable in this city and this country. So,
somebody over here on the street is just blasting their music, interrupting the goddamn press conference.
Before, I just do want to say again that I'm extraordinarily mindful right now of how many privileges Brad and I have. He is being held by ICE and someone else. I know that he is a citywide elected official, that he is a citizen of this country, that he holds a U.S. passport, that he is accompanied by a member of the NYPD right now who has his welfare at interest. Like, I was able to call a friend, a lawyer. I was able to get that because of the means and connections that we have. Nobody else in that building who's facing those situations has that. And that they
exactly.
I mean, I'm just very, very aware of how I feel right now, having watched Brad be taken away and knowing that he's going to be okay, and it's going to be okay. And for all those...
Yeah, she's making a very valid point here. Her husband is a lawmaker, or at least, I mean, he's a comptroller of New York City. She is a lawyer. They're both U.S. citizens. They have all the resources necessary to fight against this. She can call a press conference, whereas, I mean, I think we can all clearly imagine what immigrants are going through, people who may be undocumented or here on temporary protected status in terms of privilege and ability to fight back against this is, I mean, it's obvious to me, at least, just how much less ability they have to fight back against this. And it's horrifying. It is horrifying.
Their families in there, they can't say that. And that's harsh.
When he was taken away, he said to the officers, you can't take an American citizen asking for a judicial warrant. What was going on when he said that?
Brad requested, we were told, and it was our understanding that as the officers were taking one of the respondents, that we were able to ask them their name, their badge number, ask for a judicial warrant, which was evidence of the grounds for the deportation. We asked repeatedly. Brad, the gentleman in question, I don't know the details of his case, but Brad had linked arms with this individual, as well as some of the other really very thoughtful, intentional volunteers, many of them who were rabbis, including Brad's rabbi right over here, were surrounding the individual, locking arms. We asked, I was part of the group, and we asked numerous times for the warrant, for their names, for their badge
immediately,
numbers.
if not
unclear
sooner.
What agency they were from. They're in full uniform, in many cases with a mask pulled up over the bridge of their nose, and So Brad, I assume, was saying, I am an American citizen. I am asking you for the judicial warrant. You do not have grounds to arrest me.
So to be clear, the judicial warrant...
That's exactly what he was saying. Now, thankfully, Bradlander was, in fact, released from prison, or, well, detainment, I guess you would call it. He, too, held a press conference after being released. I got the footage here from Forbes Breaking News from yesterday.
This is a sorry day for New York and our country. I was literally walking the streets of Little Haiti to try and bring some comfort to a community that's under siege with a travel ban and losing their legal status. The streets were empty. People are scared. Businesses are concerned about their future. And that's when I got word of what had happened to my colleague in government, our comptroller, Bradlander. The video is shocking. I knew I needed to come down here immediately and check on his whereabouts and do what I could to intervene. I'll let Brad speak about his experience, but to my knowledge, there are no charges. Charges have been dropped. He walks out of there a free man. But while that is a positive outcome in a very high-profile case, we're also concerned about those that are walking out of this courthouse, taken away from their families. They don't have the attention. They don't have the lawyers. And that's why the state of New York is providing $50 million to cover legal services for people who are finding themselves in this situation. We'll continue to do what we can to support the communities and the immigration coalitions and thank them for their work that they're doing at this time. It's hard to see these people, to know their stories, to hug them, to know they've been separated from loved ones. I just want to say we're a better country than this. We're a far better country than what we're experiencing. This is New York. This is New York. A land of immigrants. We're proud of them. As I stood in the hallway upstairs on the 9th floor waiting to know the whereabouts of my friend, almost everyone I spoke to who worked there in security and otherwise, they came from other countries. They're immigrants themselves. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. Ladies and gentlemen, I present our controller, Bradlander.
Thank you. I want to thank the governor, and I want to thank Immigrant ARC, the organization that I was volunteering with today, and all the other volunteers that are here. I'm New York City Controller Bradlander, and I'm happy to report I am just fine. I lost a button. But, you know, I'm gonna sleep in my bed tonight, safe with my family. I'm grateful to hear that the charges are not being brought, but if they are, I've got a lawyer. I don't have to worry about my due process rights. At that elevator, I was separated from someone named Edgardo, who I had just met a couple of minutes earlier. Edgardo is in ICE detention, and he's not gonna sleep in his bed tonight. So far as I know, he has no lawyer. He has been stripped of his due process rights by a government and a judge that owe him a credible fear hearing before they deport him, and yet have decided instead to strip folks like Edgardo and the prior gentleman that I walked out with, whose native language is Yoruba, and who only got a translator in French. And so when the judge said, "Do you understand?"
By the way, anybody in chat know where the language Yoruba or the Yoruba people come from? I personally had to look it up.
And who only got a translator in French. And so when the judge said, "Do you understand what it means that after I dismiss your case, you'll have no status?" He said, "No status," as he recognized what was about to happen. So I will be fine, but Edgardo is not going to be fine, and the rule of law is not fine, and our constitutional democracy is not fine. This is the third week in a row that I've come down here with Immigrant Arc to accompany families out of this building. And before today, I had walked 4 families out, all of whom were afraid that they were going to be detained by ICE agents, and yet who were able to walk out of the building, even though they had had their cases dismissed and are subject to expedited removal, but were nonetheless able to get out of that building and at least get back to their kids, get back to their families, try to figure out what's next.
Yeah, Brad Lander's been, he's doing the right thing here as the New York City comptroller, as a representative of New York City. And it's ICE who's violating the law. It's ICE who is depriving people of their rights. And we need more people, especially in the Democratic Party, to be fighting like this every day. If you hold a important position of power, you should be using that privilege and power to hold the power to account. Hold on, I'm going to let him go a little bit longer.
Today, Meg, I really want to say a big thank you to my wife, Meg, who was here with me doing it. Meg and I were able to walk out a family of 4 beautiful, what, did you get their names? No, so 4, like a mom, a dad, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old. Beautiful kids. Meg's Spanish is a lot better than mine, so she took their names. They have 1 week. The judge gave them 1 week to come back and talk about why they fear being deported to their country. And so we're certainly going to follow up with them. We got their number and are going to make sure that at least they get as much help as we can provide, as New York City, as New York State can provide to help them avoid being separated or being detained. But then when we went back upstairs, again, we had these next 2 cases, this Yoruba gentleman and then Edgardo, who we just tried to walk out of the building. And I think you saw the video. All I tried to do was just hold Edgardo's arm and ask the ICE agents, do you have a warrant? And they would not show me the warrant. And I said I'd let go of his arm as soon as they showed it to me, and they did not show it to me, and you saw what happened. I will say they treated me just fine after that, and it is true, Governor, as you just said, that the 2 ICE agents who detained me, one is a Pakistani Muslim immigrant who lives in Brighton Beach, and the other is an Indo-Guyanese gentleman who lives in South Ozone Park. This is what New York City is. It is the greatest immigrant city that the world has ever known. And we are not going to allow Donald Trump to wreck the rule of law, to deny people due process, and to turn our country into something that doesn't meet its obligations under international law. And so I just engaged in that tradition of accompaniment, of trying to bear witness, of trying to walk peacefully with someone, of trying to make sure that the rules are followed, and that we would know what their badge numbers were, and that we would be able to see the judicial warrant before he was detained, because we don't know where Edgardo is now. No one is able to be in touch with him, and our country is better than that.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is New York City is famous for being a very ethnically diverse place, due to it being the, one of the main immigration hubs of this country. And they are just dashing that to the ground, thanks to Eric Adams, who's completely complicit in all this and has been, whatever, just, I don't know, counting gold bars from Turkey in his, whatever, in his mansion, chortling, and also probably shaking in his boots out of fear for what might happen to his butt. Because, of course, Tom Homan threatened to do butt stuff to him in his office. if he didn't comply with ICE's policies in New York City. On Fox News, I don't know if anybody remembers that, but, you know, after the Trump administration pardoned Eric for his crimes, and we can say crimes, he committed crimes, he accepted the pardon, which means that he was guilty, and he is a criminal. And, you know, that criminal mayor's hiding away.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Okie dokie. Now, the charges have been dropped, from my understanding. But let's finish this off quickly. Eyewitness News, ABC 7, 20 hours ago.
People are upset at what went down today at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. New York mayoral candidate Brad Lander forcefully detained by ICE agents. He was released a couple of hours later, but we know President Trump's targeting of suspected illegal immigrants in Democratic cities now playing a major role in the race for mayor here. Eyewitness News reporter Lindsay Tuckman has the details on what led to Lander's arrest.
The video is stunning. New York City Controller and Democratic mayoral candidate Brad Lander arrested and detained by ICE agents Tuesday while observing immigration hearings at a federal building in Lower Manhattan. You can see him linking arms with an immigrant who ICE agents were trying to remove.
I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is it? Where is the warrant?
Lander was released 4 hours later, exiting the building to Cheers alongside his wife and Governor Hochul, who says any charges were dropped.
I believe it is important to show up and bear witness and accompany people and to do it in the tradition of nonviolent witness. We are not going to give Donald Trump and his goons any excuse for ratcheting up conflict or violence.
We're a far better country than what we're experiencing. This is New York. This is New York. A land of immigrants.
The Department of Homeland Security, though, says the controller was arrested for assaulting law enforcement.
Yeah, it looks like he's assaulting them.
Officer.
Yeah, he was assaulting them. Yeah. Give me a joke.
Give me a joke.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thankfully, Brad Lander is free to continue his work as comptroller, to continue his running for mayor, and continue doing what he's been doing. And he did make an appearance on the Majority Report earlier today, but we're not going to watch that video. I don't even know if they posted it yet, honestly. But it was good to see him out there, and it was, Majority Report's been killing it with the guests lately. Okay, I should do these in a different order. I am going to do this in a different order. Let's stay in New York City and talk about what happened today.
Breaking news, Democratic Senator Alex Padilla.
No, not right now. This one first. There we go. Yep. Let's go here. This is another just utterly disturbing story. I mean, it's different. Nobody was arrested in this next story you're about to watch. But this is a continuation of the same policies that Donald Trump, it's hard to even call them policies because they're blatantly illegal.
Illegal.
But of course, weeks ago, might even been over a month and geez, how long has it been now? But I'm sure everyone remembers Ross Baraka, mayor of Newark, New Jersey, who was arrested outside of an ICE detention center for attempting, along with Congress people, to audit the ICE detention center there, who were attempting to, do their duty as lawmakers and oversee what that facility was doing in their state and city. Well, in New York, a number of Congress people attempted to access an ice field office. Another thing that they're absolutely supposed to be allowed to do. Can you guess what happened? Well, let's go here to CBS New York and find out.
This is breaking news.
We were denied access. Previously, we had, even though we are allowed to show up unannounced by statute and we must be allowed in, we gave advance notice that we would be coming this morning, and they still deny.
Before he gets too far, I just want you to all just listen to that one more time. Like he just said. Well, hold on.
Up unannounced by statute. Previously, we had, even though we are allowed to show up unannounced by statute and we must be allowed in, we gave advance notice.
So Congress people are allowed by statute, otherwise known as the law, allowed to just show up unannounced. But instead of doing that and surprising ICE, they gave them time. They notified them ahead of time that they were going to show up and conduct oversight with their, congressional privilege and duty. And, well, guess what?
That we would be coming this morning, and they still denied our access. They said that this is not being used this is not a detention facility, even though the statute very clearly says that if we are allowed in if to any facility that is being used to detain or otherwise house aliens. And the deputy, I'll let you go 1 second. They said the deputy field director said that there are people who have been staying there for 2 nights or more after they have been processed, sleeping on benches and on the floor.
Sounds like a detention center if people are having to stay there overnight. Certainly not a hotel.
People who have been staying there for 2 nights or more after they have been processed, sleeping on benches and on the floor. We are very concerned about what conditions these immigrants are being held in while this mass deportation scheme is underway. We observed the courtroom before that, where the government is trying to dismiss their cases. These are nonviolent, non-criminal immigrants going through the proper process. The government is trying to dismiss the cases. We observed 2 cases where the respondent, the immigrant, rejected the government's motion to dismiss it and moved ahead with their asylum claim. So they were not arrested by the numerous federal agents in masks who were waiting outside of the courtroom. And those federal agents are not just ICE agents. There were numerous FBI agents. These are people whose responsibility and job duties is to investigate serious crimes. And they're being pulled away from investigating serious crimes so that they can arrest nonviolent, non-criminal immigrants going through the lawful legal process so that they can be deceptively removed in an expedited fashion. And
yeah, I mean, I don't know if everybody's familiar with the term extrajudicial rendition, but that is what's happening. Or I guess it's extraordinary, or whatever that is. It's I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the things I'm trying to say. I think it's called extraordinary rendition, but that's basically what they're doing. Is they're, unlawfully disappearing people who are following the law, who are showing up to courts to present themselves and to advocate for their staying in the country. And of course, this government does not care. They don't care if you're a criminal. They just care if you are brown or if you speak another language. If you come from another country that's, in the global south.
The question is, why can't we go in? What are they hiding? if they're going to treat Controller Lander, if they're going to treat Senator Padilla, if they're going to treat Congresswoman McIver the way that these agents have been treating them, as if it's a police state out in the open, in the public, how are they treating immigrants behind closed doors who have to sleep on floors for multiple nights? This is unacceptable. It is unacceptable that they denied our access, and we will be continuing to push for access with the executives at the Department of Homeland Security because they are violating the law. And we will not stop until we get to go in and observe what is going on in these detention centers with these non-criminal, non-violent immigrants going through the process the correct way. And the question for everybody to ask is not only what are they hiding with the masks, but what are they hiding about this facility that they are using to house immigrants for multiple days?
Great question. Why are they hiding? Why are they hiding? They're hiding their faces. They're hiding their intentions. They're hiding their detention centers. You know, basically just attempting to avoid all oversight, all all laws. They have one goal, and that's keeping up with Donald Trump and Stephen Miller's quota. 3,000 immigrants a day.
Congressman Nadler.
Now, I haven't seen this guy. Where has Jerry Nadler been? Has anybody seen this guy? I thought he died. I didn't think he was still a congressman because I have not seen this man for I don't even know how long.
We first observed the courtroom where we saw two cases, and in both cases the government moved to dismiss the case, and had the government dismissed the case and they walked out, they would have immediately been seized by ICE officers and deported from the country under expedited removal. But these two people had apparently been advised, and they objected to dismissing the case, and so court dates were set for some time in the future. Of course, if they had not been advised, that they had not had an attorney who told them to do that, they would have been deported on the spot. Number one. Number two, they told us, the deputy field director told us that the 10th floor was not a detention facility. Yes, people are detained there. Yes, they stay there for 1 or 2 nights or 3 nights, staying, sleeping on the floor on benches. But they're not. It's not a detention center. They are detained.
This is just ridiculous. People are being detained there, but it's not a detention center. Words mean things, people. Words mean things, but the Donald Trump administration doesn't think so. It would seem. They're just, playing games.
Precision of language, please.
All right, that's enough from Jerry. Not going to watch this whole press conference. Got a bunch of other things to talk about. Why is my browser... What is happening here? What in the actual fuck? Okay. I'm sure most of you remember what happened in California recently. And no, I'm not talking about... Well, I mean, in a way I am talking about the LA protests, but I'm talking about Senator Padilla, Alex Padilla, who, of course, went to, where was it? Town Hall, I guess? City Hall, where Kristi Noem was doing a press conference and saying a bunch of horrifying things. Senator Padilla was, of course, detained unlawfully by more ICE agents, federal agents, Secret Service, I think, was involved in that for absolutely no reason whatsoever. They certainly didn't give a reason for it. He made a statement on the Senate floor yesterday. Here's ABC News.
Breaking news, Democratic Senator Alex Padilla speaking on Capitol Hill after being forcibly removed from Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's press conference last week. Let's listen.
Now we're seeing President Trump federalize National Guard troops and deploy them without the governor's consent. Active duty Marines now being deployed, escalating tensions in our city. And it's important to note all this without coordination with state and local law enforcement. And despite repeated requests for the justification for these extreme actions, and after months and months of little to no response from the administration on their aggressive and theatrical immigration raids, the Trump administration has done everything in their power but to provide transparency to the American people about their mission in Los Angeles. And so last week, I chose to go home to try to get answers from the administration as they are literally militarizing our city. And I want to share what I learned, I want to share what I heard, because it should shock the conscience of our country. Now, one of the first items on my schedule last Thursday was a meeting and a briefing with General Guillot, the four-star general in charge of U.S. Northern Command. Many of you know him. The briefing was scheduled at the federal building in West Los Angeles, where they're overseeing these military operations. Now, colleagues, when the United States military is deployed domestically, when our troops are deployed against the wishes of the governor for the first time since 1965. Illegal. Against the wishes of the local mayor, and even against the wishes of local law enforcement, both the police chief and the sheriff. We are in uncharted territory. So in my effort to do my duty to conduct congressional oversight, and to try to get answers from the Department of Defense that state and local officials were not receiving, I went to the federal building in West Los Angeles. I was met at the entrance, by a National Guardsman and an FBI agent who escorted me through security screening and up to a conference room for my scheduled briefing.
I think that's an incredibly important detail in this story, right? And I was wrong about it being a city hall. I misspoke. It was the federal building, I'm belaying the point. The fact that he was literally met by federal agents at the door of the federal building and then escorted by those very agents to the press briefing room, I mean, it completely nullifies all of the claims that have been coming out of the Trump administration that somehow Alex Padilla didn't make himself known. Kristi Noem pretending like, oh, I know, who is that? I don't know who Senator Padilla is.
Give me a joke.
While waiting for my scheduled briefing with General Guillot, I learned that Homeland Security Secretary Noem was holding a press conference literally just down the hall. And that press conference was causing my briefing to be delayed. The thought occurred to me that, well, maybe I could attend this press conference and listen in. Just listen, in the hopes of hearing Secretary Noem provide some new information that could help us make sense of what was happening. I didn't just get up and go. I asked and was escorted by the National Guardsman and the FBI agent into the press conference. They opened the door for me. They accompanied me into the press briefing room. And they stood next to me as I stood there for a while, listening. And at one point, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security said that the purpose of federal law enforcement and the purpose of the United States military was to, quote, liberate Los Angeles from our governor and our mayor. To somehow liberate us from the very people that we democratically elected to lead our city and our state. Colleagues, let that fundamentally un-American mission statement sink in.
Illegal.
That is not a mission focused on public safety. And that simply is not and cannot be the mission of federal law enforcement and the United States military. To my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, are we truly prepared to live in a country where the president can deploy the armed forces to decide which duly elected governors and mayors should be allowed to lead their constituents?
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this
juncture. Is that really the precedent that we're okay with setting? As Secretary Noem herself said last year when she was governor of North Dakota, at the time she said, quote, if Joe Biden federalizes the National Guard, that would be a direct attack on states' rights.
Illegal.
That was Governor Noem, now Secretary Noem. Now, throughout this country's history, we've had conflict, we've had tumult, but we've never had a tyrant as the commander-in-chief. And that is not by coincidence. It's because the American people have always been willing to speak up and exercise their First Amendment right to protest, especially when our fundamental rights have been threatened. And as the proud son of immigrants from Mexico, it's that same right that I came to revere when marching through the streets with my family and my friends in 1994 in Los Angeles, protesting against the vile anti-immigrant rhetoric that was growing in California at that time. It was that year that a Republican governor was up for re-election and was down in the polls. And he turned to scapegoating immigrants to try to improve his political standing and his re-election chances. That fight is what inspired me to leave an engineering career behind and dedicate myself to trying to influence our government and our politics. So I've seen this before. California has seen this before. So last week, when I heard something so blatantly un-American from the Secretary of Homeland Security, a cabinet official, of course I was compelled, both as a senator and as an American, to speak up. But before I could even get out my question, I was physically and aggressively forced out of the room, even as I repeatedly announced I was a United States Senator.
Exactly. He did everything right, and they indicted him.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Ay, 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 ay. Living in unprecedented times, people. The United States needs people like you, space fams. We all need to, come together, start fighting the good fight as hard as possible. Not allow ourselves to be compromised or deterred from exercising our rights and protecting the rights of others. Speaking of that, while we're talking about LA and protecting the rights of others and things like that, we should talk about what is happening in LA. as apparently the sheriff's department, the LASD, is being sued for excessive force. Here's Fox 11 Los Angeles from yesterday.
Successful crime prevention and suppression efforts in the wake of anti-immigration protests have brought an end to the downtown curfew. Comes 1 week after the 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. lockdown was announced.
In a statement, LA Mayor Bass wrote, quote, "I am lifting the curfew effective today. And as we continue quickly adapting to chaos coming from Washington, I will be prepared to
I gotta say,
issue a curfew if needed."
This is pathetic.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Karen Bass needs to go. She needs to go. This shit is garbage, okay? I find it hilarious that she's making a statement, oh, I'm lifting the curfew now that the protests are over. But if you people think about going out there and protesting again, don't worry. Karen is prepared to continue being a fucking Karen and reissue that fucking curfew. Fuck this woman. Get her out of office. She is basically enabling everything that Donald Trump is doing.
Priority will continue to be ensuring safety, stability, and support in the downtown neighborhoods. The end of the curfew comes after some violent clashes that caused several critical injuries.
Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf live tonight in downtown LA with more on our top story. Matthew.
Yeah, it's quiet so far here tonight, but if you think back to this last week, it was anything but quiet. We saw a lot of these rubber bullets fired, and I can tell you it looks very painful to see these people get hit by these, as well as the rocks and the bottles that were thrown, as we're beginning to learn more about some of the injuries sustained. New images from days of chaotic protest in LA.
Finger! I lost my finger!
Revealing gruesome, sometimes life-changing injuries.
I was waving my flag, and you can see the projectile hit, and it just exploded right in front of my face.
Sergio Espejo was downtown Saturday for the No Kings protest.
We weren't rioters, we were protesters, and I want people to know that.
Peaceful protest! This, the video Sergio was recording as an explosion took off a portion of his finger.
I was chanting peaceful protest with one hand, my phone in the other, and they blew the American flag right off me and my finger as well with the less lethal grenade, I believe.
This is fucking horrifying. This guy lost his fucking finger because of what these police were doing. I'm so disappointed in Karen. And the fact is, during the LA fires, I was trying to defend Karen and her response. And I have lost the will to defend her on anything. She sucks. So many people were hurt. So many people were hurt. And the fact that this man lost a fucking finger because in some ways it's Karen's fault for calling the police on protesters. Really living up to her name.
Agitators and law enforcement have squared off for days during the anti-ICE
Agitators and law enforcement. All the protesters are agitators, says Fox 11 Los Angeles. Thanks for that. Okay. That's all we need of that video. By the way, I just started a chat goal, if you didn't notice, to make sure that we get all the content tonight. All right, let's go to NBCLA. I got a couple of videos from NBCLA back to back. More ICE raids happening in LA still. Both of these videos are from yesterday. This one was at a Pico Rivera Walmart.
A news video here capturing a confrontation between Border Patrol agents and a crowd here in Pico Rivera. This all happened at a parking lot.
What the fuck?
Outside of a wall. A news video here capturing a confrontation between Border Patrol agents and a crowd here in Pico Rivera.
Look at these guys walking around with AR-15s. They look like an occupying force, you know? Masked men carrying assault rifles, just walking around our neighborhoods, walking around shopping plazas.
News video here capturing a confrontation between Border Patrol agents and a crowd here in Pico Rivera. This all happened in a parking lot outside of a Walmart just this morning. Now, NBC4 obtained this video from a man who says he witnessed the confrontation. Now, we've muted the video because of profanity. You can see federal agents here in masks trying to detain a man wearing a Walmart uniform. Witnesses tell us that man is a U.S. citizen and a Walmart worker. NBC4 has not confirmed that information.
Took 3 dudes to take that guy down. I kind of love it. He's like, no, fuck you. Fuck you.
Trying to detain a man wearing a Walmart uniform. Witnesses tell us that man is a U.S. citizen and a Walmart worker. NBC4 has not confirmed that information, and we do not know why federal agents were sent to this location or why that man was detained. We reached out to Walmart and the Department of Homeland Security.
Jesus Christ. I wonder if that'll help with Walmart's business. Conducting raids on Walmarts now. Love it. It's great. It is fantastic. Nowhere is safe. Including at, flea markets.
Vendors and shoppers are largely staying away from the Santa Fe Springs swap meet today. That's after immigration officers were seen arresting people there on Saturday afternoon. And a new Border Patrol video posted this morning to social media has only deepened community fear and outrage.
NBC4's Amber Frias live at Santa Fe Springs City Hall, where a large group of people are expected to come voice some concerns here tonight. Amber.
Hey, Michael, Annabelle, the City Council meeting starts in about 30 minutes. Now, there's not an item on the agenda related to these immigration enforcement operations, but like you mentioned, we are expecting a large group of people to arrive here tonight to voice their concerns during public comment. Now, we did have a chance to speak with people earlier in the day, and they expressed frustration and anger over everything that is going on, but they say what makes things worse is this video that was posted to social media by the Border Patrol. A new video posted by U.S. Border Patrol on social media is drawing sharp criticism from local vendors.
Terrible. Terrible. First time I see this video, it's horrible.
The video shows Saturday's enforcement operation at the Santa Fe Springs swap meet. For Henry Santiago.
Why does the Trump administration keep making fucking social media videos? What is their fucking deal? Why do they keep making these horrifying fascist montages and then posting them online for all of us to see? Do they not understand just how fucked this is? And also, I would like to point something out. They've intentionally blurred the faces of these 2 men who are not wearing masks. So the federal government is attempting to, don't worry, ICE officers, if you don't wear a mask, the federal government will blur your faces for you so that no one can identify you and hold you to account for, circumventing the law, the Constitution.
Longtime vendor at the swap meet, the video feels like an insult.
They're making fun of us.
Witnesses say federal agents entered the swap meet Saturday afternoon without warning. According to a statement by the swap meet, operators did not receive notice of the operation nor gave agents consent to enter. This swap meet vendor recalls seeing around 40 agents moving in. DHS says they arrested 2 people who were under removal proceedings. Now, just 3 days later, the normally busy market is nearly empty.
Every single spot here, you see, these are 1 spot, 2 spot, 3 spots. Every single spot is full. In this parking lot here, it gets full to capacity.
Only a few vendors have returned, and with fewer customers, business has come to a halt.
This is my only income. If I don't came to work, unexpected someone goes to my house, then give me some money.
Vendors now stuck in a painful reality, afraid to be here, but unable to afford staying away, even as sales are drying up.
Terrible. Terrible. These are hardworking people that don't harm anybody.
Yeah, that guy was right. It is terrible. It's horrible. And, you know, this is... They don't care about the consequences of all of these things, you know? I'm not even sure the Trump administration is thinking about the long-term consequences of all these things. This is destroying American society, right? The fact that they're doing these illegal raids, and I call them illegal because they're not identifying themselves, they're not giving people due process, among many other things. But it's just thoughtless, reckless, and detrimental to our way of life. Want to talk about something even more horrifying? Let's talk about this video. Let's talk about this next thing. I mean, this is where we're at. This is where we're at. Guess what? A bunch of Nazis decided to help themselves at a military facility in the United States, in Washington State. A bunch of Nazis, former veterans, went and raided a military warehouse for weaponry. King 5 Seattle from yesterday. I wonder if Kash Patel will prosecute them.
Veterans with suspected ties to white supremacists appeared in court today. They're accused of assaulting a soldier at JBLM while trying to steal military gear. Thurston County prosecutors say Charles Fields and Levi Frakes broke into the Army Ranger compound on June 1st and attacked a soldier with a hammer. After their arrest, investigators found a cache of weapons and armor at a Lacey home. That included a machine gun, grenade launchers, and Nazi paraphernalia. Both men were arraigned today on state charges stemming from that search warrant. Fields pleaded not guilty to 13 counts. Frakes pleaded not guilty to 12 counts. Both men are due back in court.
So yeah, there's state charges against these guys. But where are the federal charges? Huh? Where are the federal charges? Where's the FBI? Where's Kash Patel? And that is Kash Patel's actual name. By the way, Cash App is a great way for you to donate to the Galactic News Network. Especially because, right now I gotta figure out how to refill, I don't even have a functional fridge down on my Earth apartment right now. But yeah, great way to get money to the Galactic News Network immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But yeah, this is insanity. Why isn't the Trump administration coming after them? Why is there no federal charges against this? It's a military base, right? You would think that's a federal crime. No? Am I losing my mind? Or are the troops not, is the military not federal? Of course I'm kidding. Yeah, it is, of course. Of course it's federal. And I thought they cared a lot about anti-Semitism. Have we not been hearing just endless shit about anti-Semitism being a massive problem in this country? Huh? What's up with this? Is this not anti-Semitic enough for you? Jesus fucking Christ.
This is ridiculous!
But don't worry, I've got even more horrifying news stories for you. So please, everyone, prepare yourselves. Now, a man in Philadelphia, or near Philadelphia, in somewhere in Pennsylvania, was arrested recently, and what they found at his home was genuinely horrifying. Here's CBS Philadelphia from 22 hours ago. Prepare yourselves.
Several explosive devices are uncovered inside a Chester County home. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yuki Washington. 31-year-old Kevin Krebs was first arrested for being armed near the No Kings protest in Westchester Saturday. Tonight, after a search of his residence, he's looking at dozens of additional charges. Aziza Schuler has been following the investigation and continues our coverage.
Tonight, 31-year-old Kevin Krebs is back behind bars. A criminal complaint obtained by CBS News Philadelphia reveals a stash of improvised explosive devices found inside his home on Conestoga Road in East Whiteland Township. On Monday evening, Chester County detectives executed a search warrant, calling in local agencies, the FBI, and a bomb squad to sweep the property. The first find, what investigators describe as a homemade pipe bomb, tucked inside a desk drawer in the garage.
Oh, good place to put it.
Agents also spotted detailed grenade sketches and 2 tactical vests. Hours into the search, more explosives surfaced inside boxes that bomb technicians examined using X-ray technology. According to the Chester County District Attorney's Office, Krebs had 13 weapons of mass destruction hidden inside the home he shares with his brother. A neighbor was shocked.
Look at this fucking groiper right here. Holy fuck. So this guy, if you didn't catch all of that, was at a No King's Day rally, armed with a rifle. One would assume preparing to shoot protesters. You know, basically at the behest of the president. And then when they went to search his home, they found over a baker's dozen worth of weapons of mass destruction, including a pipe bomb. These are the violent extremists that we need to be deporting from this country, okay? If we're going to deport anybody, deport this guy. Deport those 2 fucking Nazis that just attacked an army, whatever, whoever it was that they attacked with a hammer. I mean, they had to have been an army, an infantry soldier, you would assume, to be on that base. These are the people. We keep being told that we need to get rid of the immigrants because they're criminals and they're violent and all this other shit. Meanwhile, we got dudes like this, and we got those 2 fucking Nazis from the previous video, just walking around. They get due process. They get to go to court. They get to, fight for their freedom in court. They get their they're afforded due process. Meanwhile, people who've committed no crimes aside from, a civil violation like, being, having overstayed your visa and being brown. We live in a terrible fucking timeline. Let's talk more about violent, white, right-wing extremists. Like that guy who murdered a Minnesota lawmaker over the weekend.
Investigators in Minnesota say the man suspected of shooting 2 lawmakers and their spouses at their homes, killing a state rep and her husband, also went to the homes of 2 other lawmakers the same night. Authorities say Vance Belter planned extensively and had notebooks full of names of lawmakers and public officials in Minnesota and other states. Most of those names, Democrats. One of them is Congresswoman Hillary Scholten, a Democrat from Michigan, and she joins us now. Congresswoman, thank you so much for being with us. What did that feel like when you heard your name was in his writings?
Well, it's truly chilling. Here in Michigan, we are used to, unfortunately, political violence being a part of political life here. It shouldn't be. It has no place in this state, any country for that matter. And it seemed all too familiar. It's truly chilling to think of what this individual was planning to do. I got the call Sunday night, of course, while the shooter was still at large. At that time, we didn't know what these different notebooks meant, and much of that is still coming to light.
And you canceled a town hall you had scheduled for last night. Why did you make that decision?
In light of the evidence that was still coming to light, we wanted to give law enforcement the space that they needed to do their jobs and protect their community, and most importantly, make sure that my constituents were safe and felt safe in coming and engaging with me. And we were just hearing incredible feedback, from the community that, this was just a time when they felt deeply ill at ease. It had been less than 24 hours since we found, my name among the shooter's possessions, and we wanted to just give some time for law enforcement to further investigate. But rest assured, we're not going to allow this to deter us ultimately in doing this work. We are going to reschedule that in-person town hall. I'm, one of, the only lawmaker in my part of the state who is doing in-person town halls. And I think that those events are so important, and that's why it's important to do them in a way and in a manner in which our constituents can feel safe.
I want to ask you about the response to this from one Republican Senator, Mike Lee from Utah, who posted on social media when this manhunt was very much still ongoing. He posted this picture of the suspect who was there wearing a rubber mask, and he said, "This is what happened when Marxists don't get their way." And of course, there's no evidence at all that this man was a Marxist. There's all the evidence.
Yeah. Speaking of based Mike Lee, turns out he's unbased Mike Lee. He's, he did actually, yes, debased, right, thank you, Icebreaker, debased Mike Lee. He did, in fact, take this down eventually, but left it up for days until I believe this morning. It was up for at least 3 full days. Good God. I find it the fact that Mike Lee took to Twitter to claim that this guy was a Marxist without any fucking evidence, and all evidence pointing to the opposite, that this man, he killed a Democratic lawmaker. Aren't the Democrats the Marxists? So why would the Marxists kill the Marxists is one question that I would have for Mike Lee if he were here. He just decided to play games on Twitter, even though he is a fucking elected lawmaker. Just continuing to, blame the left when it's really his buddies. It's his buddies who are the fucking extremists. It's his buddies who are committing all the fucking terrorism and violence right now. And, it is disgusting to me. And I can't imagine being that fucking woman. Not for a second. By finding out that my name is on some sort of, death list of some psychopath, and only by the grace of God or happenstance was I spared. Speaking of this thing, I figured we would go to Hasan, who has some thoughts about this assassination committed by this psychotic MAGA extremist.
Breaking news overnight, police have captured the suspect in the targeted shooting of 2 Democratic lawmakers and their...
I hope they talk about how much of a loony leftist he is, right? Because that's what they've been telling us.
This is Vance Belter, flanked by Minnesota state troopers immediately following his arrest. The pursuit for the fugitive ended in a field in rural Sibley County near his home, about 45 minutes southwest of the Twin Cities. Police say...
So when Luigi Mangione shoots the UHC healthcare CEO, instantly insta-lock terrorism charges. The federal government is entertaining hitting him with the death penalty, allegedly. Right? Allegedly. But when Vance Belter, not allegedly, but literally shoots and kills a Democratic lawmaker, no terrorism charges? No demands from Pam Bondi for hitting the death penalty? What is going on?
Great question, Hasan. It's a great fucking question. Yeah, they want to murder. They want to murder Luigi Mangione for something they haven't yet proven in court yet. But this guy who committed an absolute act of terrorism, I mean, this is the definition of terrorism. It's a political killing of a politician and an attack on another with a list of politicians that he was planning to kill. That's not terrorism. This guy doesn't deserve the death penalty. Like, come on.
Here, I'm willing to bet if an actual Antifa shot and killed like a Republican politician, they would very quickly demand the death penalty. This motherfucker had a hit list. What?
Dude, if Antifa, as Hasan put it, went and killed a Republican lawmaker, they wouldn't even give him a trial. There would just be a public execution. No due process.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, politicians don't even care about self-preservation anymore. Like, they don't even entertain the notion of like defending the rule of law against politicians, like simply out of self-preservation that like if these guys don't get hit with the book, like they might be next, you know? Under normal circumstances, that's what you would expect from even Republicans to be like, this is unacceptable, this is unacceptable, heinous crime. Nowadays, nope.
Abandoned in the area, and a tip from a resident prompted SWAT teams to the field. After evading arrest for 43 hours, what they call the largest manhunt in the state's history was finally over.
I think people are shocked to learn that he was armed and was arrested unscathed. Why do you think that was?
To arrest him without any use of force, and that he gave up voluntarily without us getting into having to use force.
Yeah, there's another great question I gotta say. You know, we don't watch nearly any of them, honestly. We used to keep up on gun violence, but it was a depressing way to start the stream every day, so I stopped doing it. But the fact is, I don't stop seeing all of the shootings, or the police shootings, because people are dying basically every week at the hands of police. People with no guns. I saw a fucking video of an autistic kid getting shot who was having, you know, a mental health episode, who was behind a fence, I would point out. They blasted this kid, didn't have a gun, while this fucking Vance Bolter guy, armed to the fucking teeth, and they don't even shoot one dime.
Come on!
No police officers were injured. I couldn't ask for a better ending.
I can't believe that the cops also reported that they saw him shoot, and they just kind of let him do it at first.
They realized that he was not a police officer. They shouted out, "You're not a cop. You're not a police officer." Belter then announced, "This is a robbery," and forced himself into their home.
Hoffman's wife revealing they were each shot at least 8 times, adding they're incredibly lucky to be alive. According to court documents, at 2:24, Belter arrived at the home of another state rep, but she wasn't home, so he left. 12 minutes later, he showed up at a third lawmaker's home. A police officer was already there conducting a wellness check when she approached Belter.
Belter did not respond. According to the officer, he just sat there and stared straight ahead.
Belter then drove to the home of State Rep Melissa Hortman. He arrived around...
Wait, what? Wait, I misunderstood the details. Wait. He went to a second home. They didn't arrest him. And then he went to a third home where he actually killed. Wait, no shot. So he goes in to the first lawmaker's home, shoots them. Luckily, they survived somehow, despite being shot 8 times.
According to court documents, at 2:24, Belter arrived at the home of another state.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I'm as outraged as Hasan. But I got a good point here, I think. While we have ICE, I mean, like, think about it. If this guy was an immigrant and that police officer was an ICE official, I mean, but they wouldn't have, I don't think they would have just let him move on. They would have pulled out an axe and start blasting down his windows in his car, ripped him out of the car, and you know, and put him into it, right? I mean, am I wrong? How many times have we seen this already? ICE officers just grabbing people up, and this guy just gets the not even a question, you know, no problem. You go right ahead, go murder that
rep
goes to another state rep's home. She's not home. That's home number 2.
but she wasn't home, so he left. 12 minutes later, he showed up at a third
lawmaker's home, and a cop is already there conducting a wellness check. Bro, at first, listen, chatters, remember when I at first said I am going to hand it to the cops for at least having the wherewithal to go to each lawmaker in the vicinity and their homes to do a wellness check because they knew that like a lawmaker had been shot? I'm afraid I'm gonna have to take that back. That is insane. Are you joking? You saw a suspicious dude impersonating a law enforcement officer when there was already details that someone impersonating a law enforcement officer was shooting lawmakers. You're there to check the scene at 2:36 a.m.
Maker's home. A police officer was already there conducting a wellness check when she approached Belter.
Belter did not respond.
A cop approached this dude who had already shot and luckily could not kill, but shot 2 people, a lawmaker and his wife. And he just weirdly was like, oh, I don't know what's going on. And you just let him go? Was he wearing the mask too?
According to the officer, he just sat there and stared straight ahead.
Belter then drove to the home of State Rep Melissa Hortman. He arrived around 3:30 a.m., according to the documents, with police officers pulling up around the same time.
When Belter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing. He repeatedly fired into the house. And when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman and her husband.
I'm sorry. What the are you saying? So then by the time this happens, he's at the 4th house and the cops arrive. He pulls his gun out, starts shooting at him. They don't do anything in return. He runs into the house and actually assassinates the Democratic lawmaker and her husband. How is that? What are cops doing? Are they just there and not like, I feel like the average person in that situation would be a more threatening presence than law enforcement officers. Like the average person.
Yeah, you know, I've been saying for a while,
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
But at this point, I think we need to defund the police and just give everybody guns at this point. Okay, I think it'll be safer. I know it's crazy coming from me, of all people, but I think that's where we're at now. You know, if the police can't, while on the scene, stop a man at a place where they absolutely should have a great deal of suspicion of anybody, considering the events that have transpired in this situation. You know, I don't have any. I don't think that we need police anymore. They don't seem to be doing their jobs. If in fact they seem to be actively, intentionally not doing their jobs, unless it's, you know, in LA or anywhere else, repressing protesters. I guess we just need, like the Republicans have been saying always, you know, we just need good guys with guns. That's all. Jesus fucking Christ.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Like, yo, this is weird. At the 3rd house, they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Is it just like because he looks like a cop? Is that what it is? Like, I cannot comprehend what took place here. I don't understand how the first cop let him go. I don't understand how the second cop, they shot, like he shot at them and they were like, well, he's a white guy. He probably was threatened. Like, how does this make any sense? He shot at the cops, walked into the house, killed the lawmaker and her husband, and then was able to escape on foot. Bro was wearing the mask when she talked to him and let him go. That's why they keep calling the mask hyper realistic. What?
He drew his weapon and began firing. He repeatedly fired into the house. And when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman.
Wait. Oh, what? He saw the cops arrive on scene and started opening fire into the house. He fired into the house and then he entered the house. He didn't even shoot at the cops. Why didn't the cops shoot at him? Why didn't they shoot him?
Belter fled on foot. He returned to his home at some point that morning, according to the court documents, and texted his family, Dad went to war last night.
How did all of this transpire? I don't understand how this man made it back to his house after all of that. It is utterly ridiculous. It seems to me the cops just let him do what he was doing. They seem, I mean, fact is, you know, the police force is heavily Republican, and I think they just approved of what this guy was doing, and were, you know, hoping that he'd get a lot done before they had to actually, you know, pretend to care and do their jobs and arrest this guy. Because it seemed like they had ample opportunity. The fact is, I see every single week multiple instances of cops killing people who have done way less than this guy's done. It's disgusting. Hold on, I need to watch more of this. I'm sorry. I was going to stop it, but...
Read, I don't want to say any more because I don't want to implicate anybody. The documents say he later bought an e-bike and a Buick from a stranger at a bus stop. Finding that abandoned Buick and Belter's cowboy hat along a rural highway on Sunday was a major break, officials say, which helped lead to Belter's arrest.
I need to see the body camera. I need to see the body camera of what took place.
Immediately, if not
the first
sooner.
cop that let him go because he was wearing the mask apparently, and I need to see the body camera of the second or the last cop. How the he opened fire on the cops and they didn't do how is that possible? And then he just fled on foot. How the does that make any sense?
Maggie Vespa joins us now live. So Maggie, have we learned any more about Belter's wife and what police found in her car?
Yeah, Tom, we have. That affidavit also unveiled that law enforcement searched Jenny Belter's car on Saturday, finding in it, documents say, 2 handguns, roughly $10,000 cash, and passports for her and her kids who were in the car with her at the time. Now, law enforcement has since stressed Jenny Belter was cooperative. She was never detained. We have reached out to her, and we haven't yet heard back.
You're not... What? You're not even investigating if she's involved at all, in spite of the fact that she had passports in the car? Well, I'm not saying like arrest her permanently, but like not even a little bit of an investigation to be like, so what's up? Like, why are you escaping? This looks like you're escaping. What's dude, handguns, passports, and $10,000. I get stopped with passports in the car, handguns, and $10,000 on a busted taillight. I'm getting detained. I'm 100% getting detained. And
yeah, no kidding. No kidding. I'm fairly certain that any amount over $10,000 in cash, I can't, is it taking out of the bank that just gets a red flag? I can't remember. But I do believe that carrying that much cash on you can, whatever. I mean, aside from the civil forfeiture of it all, like, the bank will red flag that shit if you take $10,000 out of your bank account. They'll alert the federal government because it's suspicious as fuck.
not directly tied to a assassin. What is going on right now? Is it like if you're in Minnesota and you're white, they just let you do it? Like, what's happening? None of this makes sense.
Yeah, I
Am
guess.
I crazy? I feel like is
Yeah.
that the cheat code? You got to be white in Minnesota and they will literally be like, oh yeah, you're free to go, ma'am.
Yep, I think so.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay. Is anything over 10? Yeah, it's $10,000, exactly. You can take out $9,999 from the bank and they won't flag you. But you take that extra dollar out there and bam, federal government is getting a notification from Bank of America or wherever you happen to bank. Hopefully not Bank of America. But, you know, they'll immediately let the government know.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, let's go to something less horrifying, less depressing. Let's talk about the rise of one man. A man by the name of Zohran. Here's the majority report.
Are you paying attention to what's going on in the New York mayoral race?
No,
because it's has the potential to really, I think, fundamentally alter that conversation.
It absolutely does, and I'm kind of grateful that the centrists have decided to coalesce around, like this sex pest who actually had to resign his last political job because of his actions, and the polling looks good. We'll see what happens. I think that the big issue to me is enthusiasm. He's clearly built an army of supporters that are going out there and are fanning out. We're probably going to get ugly. It's already kind of ugly with the ad where it gave him the sort of Ayatollah Khomeini beard. I think we're going to see a lot of that. There'll be a lot of pictures of Zohran looking like Saddam Hussein or Bin Laden in the coming weeks. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I think that's true. But I will say early voting starts on Monday.
Yeah.
Thursday, is it Monday? Or does it even start before then, I think? The 14th is my recollection. Is it the 14th? So that's 13th. It's Saturday. It starts Saturday. And so people in New York City can go out and vote on Saturday. And he seems to be peaking at exactly the time.
Everyone thinks or at least a couple people in chat think I'm a conspiracy theorist. Interesting. You think it's just basic police incompetence? I'm struggling to agree with you. I think we're going to disagree on that one. I see plenty of police activity. The fact is, most of the police incompetence that I tend to see is police circumventing the law and infringing on the rights of people, not knowing the law, blasting off when they shouldn't be, right? And the fact that it went the exact opposite way with this guy and they let him just sort of go do whatever he wanted while he was outside of a residence of a lawmaker in the middle of an already active investigation around these lawmakers, I'm gonna take the other side on this. I'm sticking with what I'm saying right now. I'm sorry.
Saturday. And he seems to be peaking at exactly the time that you would want him to peak.
Yeah, no. I think that's right. I think it's probably also worth mentioning it's ranked balloting. So, fill out your ballot with everyone that's
you need to fill out all five.
Yeah,
all five, and none of them should include Cuomo.
That's right. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Cuomo, has a history of dirty politics. I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say this. People will think this is outlandish and offensive, but in the late 70s when Mario Cuomo was running for mayor against Ed Koch, there was a very famous poster that was plastered.
Oh yes, and Andrew was the one who came up with it, is my understanding of the reporting.
Am I allowed to say the slogan?
Well, yeah. I mean,
okay. So
this is what the slogan was that Andrew Cuomo promoted, and who wants to say it?
Okay, I'll say it. So it was vote for Cuomo, not the homo. Right. Based on long-standing rumors about Ed Koch's personal life. I think if that's what they did, in the 70s, we're just gonna see what they're gonna do.
Yeah, if that's what Cuomo would do for his dad, then here it is. I mean, here's the flyer.
I'm sorry. I'm basically Mel Gibson in Conspiracy Theory with Julia Roberts. I honestly don't even know that movie. I honestly don't watch a lot of Mel Gibson movies. I don't. I know that's probably shocking to everyone that I'm not a big Mel Gibson fan. But yeah, haven't never been a huge Mel Gibson fan. And then, he did all those, anti-Semitic shoutings, decades ago now. And I've been even less of a Mel Gibson fan ever since. If By the way, this is fucking ridiculous. I cannot believe I cannot believe that this was even allowed.
This is ridiculous.
Vote for Cuomo. Jesus Christ. I'm not even going to say it. It's just offensive.
How rude.
That's what Andrew Cuomo would do for his dad. What's he going to do for his real? I mean, if Cuomo loses this, he's going to run in the general election, and he may, he may do. I think he would do better in the general election than maybe the Democratic primary. So, I mean, who knows? But this is existential for him in terms of his political career. If he loses for mayor, he's done. He's just going to go on and be a sex pest in private enterprise.
I mean, he'll probably do that. He'll also probably get. I'm sure he'll probably get a job at CNN, right? Seems like the place for him, or maybe Fox or OAN, something like that.
He'll go get a job with Ken Langone or something, or some right-wing billionaire.
That's right. Yeah. All I have to say is, like, he's been pretty low energy too. Like, I kind of feel like, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. But yeah, I do think that part of the gambit will then be that he'll run in the general. But I do think that would probably absorb a lot of the Republican vote. It's going to be a real. I mean, it's going to be a real marathon from here on in. Like,
it's going to be interesting because.
Okay, I just looked up this Mel Gibson movie, Conspiracy Theory. Came out 97. There was no way my parents were going to let me watch this movie. I can already tell. There's no way. I was a child. I was a child in 97. A young child. And yeah, between the time it came out and the time where, Mel Gibson did that very anti-Semitic rant, I didn't have the time to watch it. So
I think his strategy was to lay low and just let his name do the work. And because I think the more that he gets out there, the more it starts generating people telling stories about the shutting down the hospitals prior to COVID. And then putting COVID patients into nursing homes, and the IDC, how he basically thwarted any real Democratic legislation as governor, and his shutting down of the what was the commission? I can't remember the name of the commission off the top of my head now, but that was looking into to corruption. And when they started to investigate his office, he shut it down.
And actually, I mean, in the last days of the campaign, I do actually think there is a kind of, the sort of low information voter, or who's just going by name value, but also Andrew Cuomo has a reputation as a tough guy. So there's a kind, you hear this from people, they're saying oh, he's the guy who can stand up to Trump. And I think that what's maybe worth emphasizing, to try to reach those people is this guy's getting a lot of money from Republican donors. Andrew Cuomo is, and he has a history of kind of caving to the Republicans as well. So I think that maybe the point to emphasize for Democratic primary voters is no, this guy's not going to stand up to Trump. He's actually so compromised as well that like Eric Adams, you're going to get a second New York mayor who can't stand up to Trump.
It was the Moreland Commission, and Cuomo shut it down when they started to investigate his office.
Okay, so did people not catch on to what was going on? Okay, Becky asking who the fuck said that shit. Andrew Cuomo said that shit during his father's campaign, Mario Cuomo. He said that he was apparently heavily involved in the marketing and advertising strategy of the Mario Cuomo campaign, and he came up with that horrifying phrase. I did think you were joking, Mozart. Don't worry, I didn't take it personally. But yeah, that was one Andrew Cuomo as a young man, trying to help out his daddy get elected. so he could put his name on some bridges and shit.
And I think you're right. I mean, the guy is completely compromised in a myriad of ways.
Yeah. And like I actually honestly think in terms of reforming the Democratic Party, like New York State is one of the places it has to kind of happen. There is a kind of old political machine there. I think that like aside from having a very like exciting mayor who'll do like a lot of good things, like I think anything that can put like stake through the heart of the New York Party Democratic political machine and like get it so we can that state can have like a real political party. That would be very good. I mean, I think the two states that need like reform are like California and New York. So in terms of the Democratic Party.
Couldn't agree more.
And Florida. I'd say
and Florida. I was just going to say in Florida. It would need a makeover. Jeet here. We will put links to your pieces at the Nation magazine and as well.
Okay, there we go. We're not done with Zohran. No. Now, we already talked about the AOC endorsement, which happened, I think, was it over the weekend? I think we talked about it over the weekend. I think it technically might have happened like Friday. But another very important lawmaker in the sort of, leftist political arena, one Bernard Sanders of Vermont, also gave Zohran the endorsement. Here's Eyewitness News ABC from yesterday.
Latest in the race for New York City mayor. The primary is 1 week from today, and we just learned Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders will be endorsing Zohran Mamdani. Today, Sanders saying in part, at this pivotal and dangerous moment in American history, status quo politics is not good enough. We need the kind of visionary leadership that Zohran is providing in his campaign. In my view, Zohran Mamdani is the best choice for mayor of New York City. This comes a day after Mamdani and Michael Blake cross-endorsed each other.
Ranked choice voting will decide this election. And Michael and I, one of the many things we agree on from the beginning of this race has been the necessity of turning the page on the politics of the past, whether it's Eric Adams or Andrew Cuomo.
Meanwhile, mayoral frontrunner Andrew Cuomo had a Get Out the Vote rally joined by union leaders and members.
You wonder why the city's not run well, because we haven't had a qualified, competent mayor who knew how to manage the city.
Stay with us on air and online at ABC.
Andrew doesn't even know how to come at Zohran. He has no idea what to do at this point. He was hoping that he was going to be a shoo-in, that he'd be able to, just sort of run on his name and Eric Adams being so unliked in New York right now, and then you get a fresh face like Zohran in the race with strong policies and ideas, popular ones as it turns out, and he's got nothing. He's run out of shit. He's just like, we haven't had a competent person running the city. Fascinating. Bernie has a YouTube channel? Of course he has a YouTube channel. We've watched a bunch of Bernie Sanders YouTube channel clips around here. And in fact, I think I have one for later today lined up. How are we doing on time right now? Oh boy. We're getting close to the edge right now. The first break. We'll finish Zohran. Let's go back to the majority report. Talk more about Mr. Mamdani.
This is from Anna McDonough of City and State, New York. Zohran asked about anti-Semitism. Go to the wide shot there, Brian.
That there's no room for anti-Semitism in this city, in this country. And I've said that because that is something I personally believe. And ultimately, to your question of why not a more visceral reaction, part of it has been colored by the fact that when I speak, especially when I speak with emotion, I am then characterized by those same rivals as being a monster, as being at the gates, language that describes almost a barbarian looking to dismantle civilization. And part of this is the very sad burden of what it means to be the first Muslim candidate to run for mayor, is to deal with dehumanizing language, to deal with a former governor who doesn't even view Muslims as being a part of this city sufficient that he would visit a mosque in the more than 10 years. And it pains me to be called an anti-Semite. It pains me to be painted as if I am somehow in opposition to the very Jewish New Yorkers that I know and love and that are such a key part of this city. And yet I know that when I share that emotion, I continue to face a language as if I am a beast. And it takes a toll to wake up in the morning and read messages that say things like, I get messages that say the only good Muslim is a dead Muslim. I get threats on my life. On the people that I love. And I try not to talk about it. Because the function of racism, as Toni Morrison said, is distraction. My focus has always been on making this a city that's affordable, on making this a city that every New Yorker sees themselves in. And it takes a toll. Because this is a city that every single person deserves to be in. It's a city that we all belong to. And the thing that's making me proudest in this campaign is that the strength of our movement is built on our ability to have built something across Jewish and Muslim New Yorkers, across New Yorkers of all faiths and all backgrounds and all boroughs. And anti-Semitism is such a real issue in this city. And it has been hard to see it weaponized by candidates who do not seem to have any sincere interest in tackling it, but rather in using it as a pretext to make political points. And that's what I've tried to share. Thank you so much.
That's pretty intense.
Yeah. I mean, can anybody here imagine being in that position? You know, you're just trying to help people, you know? Like, Zohran is genuinely trying to help. He is, engaging in, a civic duty, attempting to govern. Not govern, but attempting to become, someone who would be governing and to, bring about good things for people. Meanwhile, he's getting hate-filled messages like the only good Muslim is a dead Muslim, and getting threats on his life and his family's lives. And it is disgusting, but he's right. He's right, and so is Toni Morrison. We need to do our best to try and focus on making the world a better place. But it's very difficult in this time, with all of this going on and the blatant racism that we're seeing around us everywhere. But he's a true, is a true champion. Unwilling to give up. I appreciate him for that.
The idea that this man has to go on TV and is asked over and over again questions about Israel, questions about the Intifada, about visiting.
You're a Muslim. When are you going to go to Israel? Crazy question.
Yeah.
Crazy question for media to ask. And don't.
Yeah, all of those questions are insane. Okay. One, why should the mayor of New York City go to Israel. It is a completely domestic job. You have essentially no foreign policy, what do you call it? Like duties, really. Your job is to take care of a city in the United States, not Jerusalem or Tel Aviv. Why do you need to go to Israel? Also, how does the Intifada play into the New York politics in any way? It is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
I don't even realize it.
Anti-Semitism is a major problem in our country. It is increasing. It is vile. It needs to be opposed. And what is inflaming it is the conflation of Zionism with Judaism. And the Zionists are participating in that. But what is so difficult to watch is Islamophobia and anti-Muslim hate being completely normalized on a bipartisan basis and being ignored, and also being inherent in basically every question that he's asked about that. Because there's no connection that Mamdani has to Hamas. There's no connection that he has in that way to any Muslim extremist group or whatever that would justify the questioning of him on this front, except for the insanely accepted Islamophobia and racism towards Muslim people that has basically been present my entire life on this planet. And in the city of New York, since 9/11, it's the unspoken attitude towards anybody that is Muslim. And these are our neighbors. These are our friends. And he has to be asked if he's a bigot over and over again when the question inherently is bigoted and directed towards him.
Asked by bigots.
Yeah, absolutely. And where are the questions? Like, why aren't reporters going and asking, I don't know, Pam Bondi why they're not charging those Nazis who just raided a military warehouse and attacked a soldier in order to help themselves to a bunch of weapons for who knows what atrocities they were fucking planning on committing inside of this country? Where are the terrorism charges for those assholes? You know, where are the federal charges? I don't understand. You know, we got actual anti-Semites just walking around doing whatever the fuck they want. No big deal. Oh, God. We're not done with Zohran. We're not done. But I was gonna try and get it all done in the first half, but unfortunately can't do it. We crossed over the 2-hour threshold, which means we gotta take a break. But don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so you get the latest notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. Now, while you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Black News Network, as we are completely funded by beautiful people such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. And right now, I mean, we need people to show their support in the YouTube chat more than anything, because we've only got an hour and a half left to complete the goal, and we're at 0 of 10 on the super chats. Of course, we also accept the super stickers and the memberships. Those all go contributing to that goal. And of course, you would usually say, hey, check out the Patreon. And I mean, you should. It's only $3 a month. Plenty of sweet, sweet space benefits to go around. But if we don't complete the goal, we don't get to the content. Although, you know what? If you decide to become a Patreon member, maybe I'll count that too. You know, I'm feeling generous. So yeah, do what you're gonna do, chat. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. Does cat Cash App count towards the goal? I'll count Cash Apps. I'll count Cash Apps. Why, did you Cash App me? Oh, yes. All right, I'll count this Cash App towards the goal. All right, everybody knows what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get back to your seat, Space Fams, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Second half. It's coming. It's coming soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I just realized I didn't add Tina back here. How did I not notice? And how did nobody mention it to me that Tina is missing? Screens are lagging for some reason. I don't know why. Although I'll take that over having the video lag. Okay. Like I said before the break, we're not done with Zohran, as Mr. Mamdani made a appearance on a little channel you might be familiar with called Zateo. Mehdi Mamdani. Oh God, we don't have volume. Please hold.
Welcome to a Zateo Town Hall, another Zateo Town Hall, our second today. But we have a very big guest live here on YouTube and on Zateo.com, on Substack, wherever you're watching this town hall. Wherever I go right now, the only topic of conversation is he going to win? Is he really going to win? And people are talking about a state assembly member in his 30s, born in Uganda from Queens, who is now a leading candidate in the Democratic mayoral race for New York City. I am, of course, talking about Zohran Mamdani. Welcome to the Zateo Live Town Hall, Zohran. Thank you for taking time out of a very busy campaign for us. You are, depending on which polls you look at, leading, tied, slightly behind Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of New York. Are you pleased at where you are right now with just days to go till Election Day?
I'm excited. We are right where we want to be. We're on the verge of toppling a political dynasty. And we're there because we've seen a groundswell of support from New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs who are hungry for a different kind of politics, one that puts working people first. And that's put us in a single-digit race with just 7 days to go.
When you mentioned political dynasties, I'm thinking of the Atlantic piece that came out recently saying, well, both candidates are from big dynasties, because your mother made Monsoon Wedding, one of my favorite films, and Andrew Cuomo's father was the governor of New York and one of the most famous 20th century Democratic politicians. You're both the same.
We are one of the same. I'm frankly in the pocket of big Mississippi masala.
You're a big Mississippi masala. All right, so let's talk about where we are. We're days out from the election. These polls are showing you tight. Are you worried about how these things translate on the ground? Because New York's got this ranked choice voting system, which we'll talk about. You and Brad Lander have...
By the way, I forgot to mention it, but thank you, May Wormy, for the sweet super chat. Saw that during the break. I appreciate you, and I also saw a pitchfork. The Icebreaker Gaming. Thank you for the super chat. Super chat. The Cash App. My brain is broken today. But yeah, we were making our way slowly through the goal. I believe in us. We'll get it done.
Translate on the ground, because New York's got this ranked choice voting system, which we'll talk about. You and Brad Lander have cross-endorsed each other, the two kind of progressives in the race. How does this polls that we see, how do they actually translate on the ground into actual campaigning and translating into strategy?
You know, I think these polls are a snapshot of the growing excitement and momentum, because these are the same polls that about 3 months ago had Andrew Cuomo winning this race by 40 points in the final round. And what we've seen in the last few weeks is us narrow that gap down to single digits, even in one poll taking the lead in that first round. And ultimately, as a result of that, we've seen Andrew Cuomo and his Republican billionaire donors get terrified to the extent that they're pouring in millions of dollars each day. His super PAC now has close to $20 million. And we're seeing an outpouring of attack ads, the likes of which we haven't seen in this city for a long, long time, whether it be on your television, in your mailbox, or on your YouTube pre-roll. This is the nature of this race in this final 7 days, a big question of whether billionaires and corporations can buy yet another election.
I saw a Cuomo ad which you shared, which had your beard thickened and darkened. Did we get to the bottom of that? Was that just an accidental mail, or do you believe that was Islamophobic campaigning from Cuomo?
That was absolutely Islamophobic campaigning. And I think it's indicative of a kind of racism that has been normalized in our politics. And as tempting as it is for us as Democrats to think that this is purely the nature of the Republican Party, we're actually seeing it within the Democratic Party. And as I sit before you as a leading candidate for mayor, I also know that I am the first Muslim elected official to ever run for this position in the history of our city, and have gone through this primary having been called by other candidates, including Andrew Cuomo, words such as a monster or being at the gates, language that is more befitting of a beast than a human. And all with this implication that I am a barbarian ready to tear down civilization. And in many ways, it feels like 2002 all over again. And to go to the extent of designing a mailer that artificially lengthens a beard, it is just part of a larger record that Andrew Cuomo has, where he refused to visit a single mosque in the more than 10 years he led this state, which all comes back to this belief that Muslims are not New Yorkers. We do not, deserve the same kind of recognition, nor do we deserve to be considered as being part of this city or this body politic.
Yeah, well, I'm originally from London, where the current mayor is serving his third term as a Muslim mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. So there's precedent from one big city to another. If you've got questions for Zohran, we've only got him till 8:20. He's a busy man. Stick your questions in the chat, whether you're watching on YouTube, whether you're watching on Substack. Nicholas Time hasn't got a question, but he says, I've been canvassing since December to help us get here. I'm so proud of what we've done. That's one of your supporters. You've got this great ground game that people are praising. It's not just, on Cuomo, before we go any further. If he's the candidate, will you be endorsing and voting for him in the general?
Give me a joke.
I can't answer that question, because honestly, it's been incredibly disappointing to see the fact that we're even considering a candidate like Andrew Cuomo. He is someone who represents so much of what we need to turn the page on in our own party, and someone who reflects far too much of Donald Trump's record to be the kind of leader that would fight back against that administration.
Would you, if you lose, some say you...
Becky D with a apt question: why would anybody vote for Cuomo? I mean, I want to say I don't know, but I think there's multiple reasons, right? Some people see themselves in Cuomo. Some people may, some small portion of people may actually agree with his policies. Many people may not even be aware of his record, whether as governor or, with his treatment of his employees and of women, I think the most likely, not maybe the most likely, but at least in my estimation, what is probably one of the big contributors to the reasons is because of name recognition and a lack of being dialed in, right? A lack of being, a lot of people, I hear a lot of people who just sort of tuned out of politics, right? A lot of people just don't focus on politics and don't spend a lot of time educating themselves about what's happening. Unlike you people in the, in the space chat here, there's plenty of people out there who just low information voters, and they hear the name Cuomo and they just like, it's nonsense, but I think it's at least to some degree true.
So run yourself as an independent for the Working Families Party ticket in the general.
Liking this video?
Then don't just watch, hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zeteo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism.
My only focus is on June 24th. I am confident that we can win the Democratic Party in nomination. And unlike Andrew Cuomo, I'm not scared enough to have already secured an additional ballot line for the general election.
But you haven't ruled out running as an independent.
The focus is on the 24th.
Love it. Great. People could hear politicians' answers there. One thing I do say to people is if you were to win, and it would be a political earthquake, I think that's fair to say, Cuomo probably isn't going to endorse you back. Do you think he will run as an independent? Do you think Democratic establishment will go behind Eric Adams? I feel like the Democratic Party establishment is not just going to roll over if you win. I feel like they're still going to try and stop you in the general. Is that a view you share?
I think that Andrew Cuomo, so much of his support is premised on this inevitability. And what I've said for a few months is that it is a mile wide and an inch deep. And were we to beat him on June 24th, that sense of the cakewalk that he has been on would be shattered. It would be a house of cards. And it would be very difficult to then reassert that same kind of mythology around himself when he's just been beaten in the first competitive race he's had in a long, long time.
Mohammed Amar asks, does Zohran believe that his success so far and his victory can help push the Democratic Party in a more progressive direction, teaching them that it pays to take chances on younger, more leftist candidates?
I do think that there are national implications as to this race, because what Andrew Cuomo and I represent are two very different visions of this party. His is a vision that is funded by the same Republican billionaire donors that put Donald Trump back in the White House. Ours is one that builds on the notion that politicians need to lecture less and listen more, that we need to put working class New Yorkers and Americans at the heart of our politics, and that we should be unabashed in our support for policies that would transform their lives. And I think you can even see that in the contrasting analyses that both Cuomo and I have as to why we lost the presidential election. In his own words, he says we lost because we focused too much on bathrooms and sports teams. I think that this was a loss that came as a result of our party having left working class Americans behind for quite some time. And what this election offers is a choice to make the most expensive city in the United States affordable, or to do what Andrew Cuomo's most recent endorser, Michael Bloomberg, has said, which is to keep New York City as a luxury product.
Yep. And I'm going to add another reason to why some people may be favoring Cuomo, because they've been spending an unreasonable amount of money on his campaign. Billionaires have been contributing left and right to Cuomo. I think his current campaign coffers are like $20 million for a mayoral race. It is pretty wild. But yeah, I mean, this is, in my opinion, this is absolutely representative of the current paradigm within the Democratic Party and the fight for how the Democratic Party relates to its voters, right? You have two polar opposite people. Zohran Mamdani wants to make life better for people, and Andrew Cuomo wants to make life better for his donors, right? And that's been the problem with the Democratic Party for too long, right? Is that with money in politics, they have shifted. I mean, not that they've ever been perfect, but they have shifted focus from worrying about labor, worrying about affordability and fighting the good fight, to fighting for the rights of their donors to do whatever the fuck they want. And it's got to stop. And if it doesn't stop, we are lost, and we have a real problematic looking future. And that's why I think people such as myself, people like the Majority Report, and everybody else on the left are getting behind Zohran, because he does represent what I think we need in politics, what we need to upend the calcified, recalcitrant sort of democratic establishment politics as they are. Mario Cuomo, he comes from a political dynasty. His dad was mayor. He's basically a Nepo baby. It's basically the reason he became governor in the first place. So like, oh, your dad was governor. You'll probably do a good job too. And no, he did not do a good job. He failed New Yorkers left and right. Not just New York City, because when he was governor, he was the governor of the whole state. He screwed everybody over. All right, let's talk about pillows. Sorry, not pillows. Let's talk about my pillow. No, sorry, we're not going to talk about my. Let's talk about the founder of the ridiculous company My Pillow, Mike Lindell, who has, in fact, well, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. He was, of course, facing civil lawsuit for having defamed a Dominion of worker, right? Guess what? Little Mike Lindell lost that lawsuit. He's gonna have to pay out the big bucks.
A federal judge in Colorado says MyPillow founder Mike Lindell defamed a former employee of Dominion Voting Systems.
The jury found that 2 of Lindell's statements about Eric Coomer were defamatory, and now Lindell and his online media platform will have to pay Coomer more than $2 million in damages. It's much less than the nearly $63 million Coomer wanted, but Lindell says this is not over.
You know, we're looking at appealing, of course, because this is all about lawfare. I'm going to keep speaking out with our election platforms and these machine companies and their affiliates that run our government. They run our elections. And if you can't question them, it'd be like you all having a bank account where you can't go question your own bank account.
CNN senior correspondent Donnie O'Sullivan is joining us now. Donnie, Lindell says he will appeal and seems to be doubling down on his voting machine conspiracy theories.
That's right, Wolf. Yeah, I mean, look, this is notable here because this is the first time Mike Lindell has had to face a jury in this whole election saga. But really, you're not seeing him learn the lesson as such that some might have thought that he might have taken from this case, which is maybe he should stop spreading election conspiracy theories. And just to bring you back a small bit, this case has been going on for quite some time. And in the deposition, in Lindell's deposition, before this case went to trial, things got...
Okay, what the fuck? The video was doing fine until just now. 3 hours in, all of a sudden the video starts lagging. What in the fuck, dude? Why does this keep happening? This is so annoying to me. I don't understand. I'm gonna reset. I don't know. All right, let's try this again. I don't know why we can't have nice things around here.
bit. This case has been going on for quite some time, and in the deposition, in Lindell's deposition before this case went to trial, things got a little bit heated when it came to pillows. Have a listen.
And I'm not asking about the lumpy pillow calls.
No, they're not lumpy pillows. That's not what they call on. Okay? That when you say lumpy pillows, now you're an asshole.
Now you're an asshole.
You're an asshole. Is what you are. No, he's an asshole.
Now you're an asshole. This guy needs help, okay? Maybe he just needs a little bit of crack. I don't know, but he needs to chill the fuck out. Also, why is he wearing this tiny rosary outside of his shirt like that? It looks really weird. It looks super weird. Now
Not
you're
what they call on. Okay? That when you say lumpy pillows, now you're an asshole. You got that? You're an asshole. Is what you are. No, he's an asshole.
No,
he's
it's
an
not-
ambulance chasing asshole.
ambulance chasing. How does that? I don't understand how that plays into it. I mean, my understanding of what an ambulance chaser is somebody who, is like a lawyer who a less than. It's like chasing. Like you're not actually chasing ambulances, but like you're. Like you go after like old people, right? How does that play into this? I don't understand. Can somebody explain to me how saying lumpy pillow makes you an ambulance chasing asshole? I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
Now, and then as you heard there in the clip you played at the top of this segment, Lindell says he will appeal, and he's also viewing this, trying to spin this as a victory in some ways, given that he has to pay out a relative small amount compared to what Eric Coomer was looking for in this case. But we were in Denver a couple of weeks ago as this trial was starting, and I asked Lindell if a jury ruled against him, as they now have, if it would make him reconsider at all his years-long crusade of election denialism. Have a listen. If this jury sides with Eric Coomer, will it give you pause? Will it give you a moment where you say, maybe I'm wrong about this election stuff?
Never. I'm not wrong.
Never give up.
Really sums up the determination,
Surrender.
I guess, of many election conspiracy theorists like Mike.
Never give up, never surrender, never admit that you definitely defamed a guy. Can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
That said, it seems like he is going to have to pay out at least $2 million to that former Dominion employee. All right. Now, let's go. Let's leave Mike Lindell. Quickly talk about the state of education in the United States, specifically as it relates to an organization by the name of Fulbright. Now, just for some background, the Fulbright program is a international exchange program sponsored by the United States government, which awards merit-based grants to students, teachers, scholars, artists, professionals. It's been around for 80 years, established in 1946. And every member of the Fulbright board resigned last week. Why? Well, let's find out. Here's PBS NewsHour from yesterday.
A week ago, 11 of the 12 members of the board overseeing the prestigious Fulbright program, which promotes international educational exchanges, resigned, citing political interference by the Trump administration in their work. In a statement, the board members said they chose to resign rather than endorse unprecedented actions that we believe are impermissible under the law, compromise U.S. national interests and integrity, and undermine the mission and mandates Congress established for the Fulbright program nearly 80 years ago. Joining us now is one of the former members of the Fulbright board, David Price, former Democratic congressman from North Carolina. Congressman, it's great to have you here.
Good to be here. Thank you.
And we should explain for the unfamiliar, the Fulbright is overseen, it's funded by the State Department as the government's flagship international educational.
I mean, this is, what's so strange about this is that this is a merit-based program. I was told that the Trump administration loved merit, and it seems like they're kind of going against their mission statement. We're bringing merit back. Get rid of the DEI and merit only. Thank you very much.
Exchange program. How would you describe the political interference that you experienced by the Trump administration?
Well, when the program was first set up almost 80 years ago, Senator Fulbright himself wanted to safeguard against political interference in the program, in the selection of scholars, interference with academic freedom on the part of any administration in the future. So the board was written into the statute with precisely that mission. It's an unusual mission for a board, but we were given final authority over the selection process. And we went through that as we always do. This year, we had the awards ready to go in the middle of March. But the Trump administration's political appointees told us that they intended to review our work and to make their own judgments. And that was ominous, but we watched that process. We tried to communicate with them. When we got wind that they were going to be canceling a number of the awards, we objected and cited our statutory responsibility and the values underlying it. And we got silence, no response whatsoever. So finally, when all this became clear in the middle of May, 2 months late, over 200 applications had been canceled by the Trump appointees, and another.
Jesus Christ, we're lagging again. Okay, let's try this again.
Boards ready to go in the middle of March, but the Trump administration's political appointees told us that they intended to review our work and to make their own judgments, and that was ominous. But we we watched that process. We tried to communicate with them. When we got wind that they were going to be canceling a number of the awards, we objected and cited our statutory responsibility and the values underlying it. And we got silence, no response whatsoever. So finally, when all this became clear in the middle of May, 2 months late, over 200 applications had been canceled by the Trump appointees, and another 1,200 or so were under review. At that point, it was clear that the Trump administration wasn't responsive to our questions, and they were ignoring their legislative mandate, and we didn't think there was more we could do. Indeed, we just could not remain in position and appear to legitimize the gross distortion for the first time in 80 years, the gross distortion of this program, the political interjection of politics into the selection process.
Well, our team reached out to the State Department for comment on all of this, and a statement provided by a spokesperson reads in part this way. The 12 members of the Fulbright board were partisan political appointees of the Biden administration. It's ridiculous to believe that these members would continue to have final say over the application process, especially when it comes to determining academic suitability and alignment with President Trump's executive orders. How do you respond?
It is lagging so bad. Dude, we were good for over 2 hours, and then all of a sudden it starts lagging. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
But you know what's actually ridiculous about this claim from, I assume this must be, I'm trying to think of who wrote this message, Carolyn Levitt, Stephen Miller, or somebody like that. It is ridiculous to suggest that somehow this organization needs to align with President Trump's executive orders. That's not their goal. They're supposed to be a non-political organization based upon merit, and they're concerned about whether or not they're letting people in who align. What does that even mean? Align with what does that mean? Like you're only allowed to give people grants and scholarships based upon their political affiliations and their love of Donald Trump and his executive orders specifically. What is that? How does that make any sense? It's nonsense. It's nonsensical. Started lagging when I played the cricket sound. I don't think it's related to that at all, but I appreciate it. I mean, it's some sort of a ghost. Sort of ghost is screwing with us. I don't know. All right. Speaking of Donald Trump's policies, let's talk about how the GOP is planning to take away people's health care.
Donald Trump's big bill is bigly unpopular. Today, new polling from the Washington Post and Ipsos shows that Americans oppose the plan 2-1. It turns out cutting taxes for the very wealthy and for big corporations while cutting health care for everyone else is not very popular. And if you were hoping the Senate would moderate the worst impulses of the House Republican caucus, I got some bad news. As it turns out, the Senate version of the bill cuts more from Medicaid, imposing even stricter work requirements than the House bill. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett's a Democrat of Texas. She's running to serve as ranking member of the Oversight Committee, and she joins me now. Good to have you here.
Good to see you.
Let's start with the polling because it strikes me as both sort of encouraging for those opponents of the bill, also a huge messaging opportunity because a third of people don't have an opinion of it. So you've got 23 support, 42% oppose, 34% no opinion. What does that say to you?
Yeah, it says that we still have a lot of work to do as it relates to kind of getting the message out. I do appreciate the fact that we've had some time, which is something that we didn't have when we went through the continuing resolution fight that we had, where you know who sent out a tweet and all of a sudden a bill went kaput. And so I do appreciate that we're kind of getting through it, but you're talking about pages and pages of legislation. And then you have, you know, the Trump administration throwing things out like, oh, we're not going to put a tax on this, so you should love it. But they're not telling the other side of the story. Like at the end of the day, would you rather have a tax bill that may be $5, you know, less that you're normally keeping in your pockets, but you don't have this crazy random healthcare bill?
Right.
Probably so, right? Like, and the reality is that people are going to die. You know, listening to the stories of people that literally have only been able to live because of Medicaid, it's heartbreaking. And the fact that we're talking about rich people just keeping more money in their pockets while literally other people are going to die, it sounds anti-American and definitely sounds anti-patriotic.
So one of the things that generally when I've covered big bills in domestic policy in D.C., you know, there's this idea of like the Senate is like the cooling saucer and that, you know, and that usually things come back from the Senate like more moderate, but both on the left and the right. That is generally the way things go. It seems to me like Ron Johnson and the sort of right-wing faction in the Senate is actually pushing to make this bill more aggressive on the cuts side. And I'm wondering if you were anticipating that or if you thought you were expecting a more moderate bill.
No, I was expecting the Senate to fix everything. I mean, I was expecting it still to come back as a bad bill, but we're talking about
You thought it would get better.
Correct. I thought it would get better. We're talking about a bill that only made it through the House by one vote.
Right.
One vote. So literally it's like two people went AWOL, right? And another two Republicans voted with the Dems. And then another one just said, listen, I'm just going to white light this or, you know, vote present.
Yeah.
And so I expected in the Senate, especially because think about it this way. Our congressional districts are approximately 766,000 people. And so literally there are some Republicans that don't have any hospitals whatsoever in their districts. But then you start talking about the Senate, every single state senator has hospitals. And when you start to talk about rural hospitals possibly shutting down because they don't have enough funding because you're now cutting this Medicaid funding and they can't supplement because they don't have all these other people coming in with, say, private insurance, I thought that the senators would say, listen, we can't do this.
Well, you know, it's funny you say that because one of the things, my understanding, again, the details here get a little complicated, but there's this mechanism called the provider tax, which actually would hurt hospitals.
Yeah.
Let's sort of do the short version that way. They're trying to squeeze more revenue. My feeling always when I used to cover Congress day in, day out was that the hospitals were big interest groups.
They are.
They will drop money on your head if they don't like it. They will be up in your office.
Yes.
Where are the hospitals? Honestly, it's wild to me that they have not shown up in a big way.
I don't know.
You know, Chris, is that the question? Where are the hospitals? I think Chris Hayes is missing the forest for the trees. And in fact, maybe that might be the wrong analogy for this. But what the fuck is Chris? Where are the lobbyists? Chris shouts Chris Hayes into the void. Why are the lobbyists not sticking up for I don't care, Chris. I don't care where the lobbyists are, okay? We shouldn't have lobbyists. How about that, Chris? We shouldn't need the fact that Chris is like, this is taking this tact, this is the wrong avenue to go down, in my opinion, unless you love money in politics. Of course, he works at MSNBC, and they do love money in politics. I guess my point is how is that the message for Chris? Why? What is he talking about? Where are the balls of Republicans and or ovaries of Republicans? Where are the spines of these people? Right? That should be the fucking question. They're their districts. Right? These are their states. Why? Where are the Republicans' fucking consciences? Where is their concern for Americans? That's the question we should be asking. Not where are the where are the lobbyists? Where's Superman? Oh God. What are you talking about, Chris? That is dumb. That is not the important question. We're never going to be saved by lobbyists, ever. I can guarantee you that. And it's one of the most ridiculous fucking assertions I've ever heard. God, the lobbyists, they're just not doing enough.
Come on!
Okay. Let's talk more about the cuts that are happening in our government. Agriculture Secretary, completely unqualified Agriculture Secretary, Brooke Rollins, who has, I don't think, ever even grown a plant, let alone knows anything about, agriculture, was grilled on cuts to SNAP benefits. Let's see if she had any good answers. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
Now recognize Dr. Adams from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. And let me just say how delighted I was to hear about your support for HBCUs. I am HBCU strong. I'm a proud graduate twice of North Carolina A&T State University in 1890.
Yes,
and the
ma'am.
largest public HBCU in the nation. But let me just move on. So I'm happy to hear what you said about that, and we'll look forward to your support. But the House Republicans' budget proposes shifting SNAP benefit and administrative costs to states. I served in the State House in North Carolina for 20 years, so I know the challenges that they have. And so the CBO anticipate that these cuts could lead to states to cut all or some food assistance for 1.3 million Americans due to the cost shift. Is that right? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Well,
You're
that's a
talking
yes
about
or no. That the shifting might cause states to cut all or some food assistance.
Currently under consideration. Well, the partnership and the idea of the states, we spend $400 million a day
what I
at
wanna-
USDA, and that partnership.
That's her answer to the question of whether or not, whether or not they should cut all benefits, SNAP benefits. And Brooke Rollins is like, it's under consideration, actually. We are considering whether or not anybody deserves to eat in America. That's basically what Brooke just said. She's like, yeah, we're considering it. People don't deserve food.
Or some food assistance.
Currently under consideration.
Mhm.
Well, the partnership and the idea of the states, we spend $400 million a day
what I
at
wanna-
USDA, and that partnership I think is really important, and that's what the leadership of this committee led.
Let me do this. I've got a series of questions, and they're pretty much yes or no. So, are you in support of these unfunded mandates?
I am in support of the most fiscally responsible effort to ensure that we're delivering the right amount
my
of
God.
aid to the people.
This woman can't answer a single question.
The most fiscally responsible effort.
That was not the
Unfunded
question.
Mandates. So, are you in support of these unfunded mandates?
I am in support of the most fiscally responsible effort to ensure that we're delivering the right amount of aid.
Just say
to the
yes
people
or
who
no.
need it.
Okay, so let me just say that the CBO has confirmed that this is an unfunded mandate. And the states have confirmed it, as well as our counties. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record a letter from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners that speak to that.
this is pissing me off. The videos were working perfectly fine earlier. For 2 hours, the videos looked great, and now all of a sudden they look like fucking trash. Just lag. Just pure lag, and I don't know what the reason is for it. It makes no sense. It's almost like someone is actively trying to stop us from being able to stream. Because I honestly, like, it just happens so randomly. Like, we have it working for 2 hours straight, it worked perfectly fine, and then all of a sudden it stops working. Some days I feel like we're getting, like, attacked. Like a DDoS or something. I don't know. I don't even know if you could do that to a stream, but it's fucked up, and I don't know why. I don't know why this is happening. Oh, fuck. I don't know what to think. The fact is, it started when we went to the break screens today. We went to the break screens and then everything started lagging, and I don't understand. Good God. Could be Satan. It's true. That's a good point. I guess it could be Satan.
Madam Secretary.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, are you aware of reports from USDA that show that food insecurity has risen 3 years in a row? Yes or no?
Ma'am, we have $42 million on the SNAP program. At this point of employment and unemployment, the last time we had 17 million. Okay. So that program has exponentially
Can you
grown.
give me a yes or no?
No, she cannot.
Okay, well,
Can you give me a yes or a no? Brooke Rollins. I can give you a no to yes, or I can give you a no to not being able to give you to being able to give you a yes or a no. No, I cannot give you a yes or no. Incapable of answering any questions, Brooke Rollins. She's capable of, just sort of regurgitating nonsense talking points, but not very good at answering any questions about whether or not poor people deserve food. All right, let's talk about the veterans. What do you say? The veterans, they went out there. They fought for our rights. Those rights that are, of course, being taken away in mass under the Trump administration. And some veterans are angry. Maybe not, I don't know whether or not they're angry about the Trump taking away our rights, but they are upset about many of the Trump administration's plans on cutting benefits.
Story is not one they can erase.
A fight for rights in the heart of the US Capitol. Amid redundancies, cuts to social benefits and healthcare, as well as privatization, these veterans have come to the National Mall to speak out against the Trump administration's cost-cutting initiatives.
We are here to say no to the privatization and weakening of VA services. In uniform, we united for a common goal. We united to raise to the challenges in front of us. Whether it was fixing a vehicle or being pinned down in a firefight.
Caroline Hunter was a helicopter pilot who served in Afghanistan and Iraq. She is now one of the leading voices among American veterans.
We are here because every single one of the people we saw behind us here raised up their hand to serve and defend this country. And as part of that, there is a contract that this country takes care of them. And right now, that care is under attack.
Hailing from across America, these veterans represent 3 generations of fighters, from the Korean War to the war in Afghanistan. Andrea and Matthew were both employees of the powerful Department of Veterans Affairs, or the VA. Today, it looks after almost 16 million former servicemen and women.
My job was to support the 2 million living women veterans in this country, to make sure that they had access to the health care and benefits that they had earned and deserved. So my job was to make them visible.
You asked me if I had a message for Donald Trump. I think this is a really strong message.
While Andrea chose to leave the VA, Matthew is one of the 2,400 department employees made redundant in February. In his home just outside of Washington, this veteran of Afghanistan just had his 31st birthday, which he celebrated despite the loss of his job.
Good girl. 65% of veterans voted for Donald Trump the past election. Certainly something is going on. Certainly he spoke to a lot of them. In his first term, he called veterans who sacrificed their lives for this country suckers and losers. I can't speak to every veteran and what goes on. I think it was a combination of things. You know, inflation hit America pretty hard. President Biden stepped down and Vice President Harris took over. There wasn't a lot of time for veterans to get to know the vice president as a candidate and potential president.
Today, Matthew defines himself as a pacifist, but recognizes the crucial role that the VA plays.
When I think about my time in Afghanistan, I actually feel like the strongest event came after it, and it was particularly when Afghanistan fell in 2021, because I immediately thought of my translator, who thankfully was not in the country, but his family was and still is stuck there. I'm right here. I know we all look alike, all the buzz cuts and sunglasses.
An internal memo showed that the Trump administration is planning on cutting 80,000 jobs from the VA, almost 20% of the workforce. In the country which celebrates its...
It should be shocking to no one, well, A, that Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about veterans. He's already made that pretty clear in many of his comments. But it should be even less shocking that veterans are upset about the attempt to privatize the VA. Because the VA is effectively, it is an effective and one of the only really truly socialist programs in the United States. And it's incredibly popular with veterans. It has been, even while it may not be perfect, it's certainly better than, most people's benefits in terms of access to health care and stuff like that. It really does do its job it supposedly sets out to do. We all should be upset about our shit getting taken away too. But, that's where things are at with Donald Trump in terms of, he says one thing and then does another. He has a military parade on his birthday, but then he robs veterans of their benefits. Speaking of that parade, I figured we would go here for a little bit of a fun times. Walter Masterson and crew went to the Trump
How do you prove
birthday
you're a citizen
parade.
without due process? I have a birth certificate and a no, you can't get that. You're in jail. How do you get it?
We don't have to have a trial to know somebody committed a crime.
So we just believe the federal government if they say that. If they're hiding, then how are they getting arrested at immigration court?
My Constitution, my Bill of Rights doesn't apply to anybody outside this country.
It's my
Yes, but it applies to
Constitution.
everyone inside this country.
It's my the way this guy talks about it, it's like this guy fucking hilarious. It's my Constitution, my Bill of Rights. It's not yours. You didn't write it, sir. Are you 250 years old? I'm sorry. Are you Thomas Jefferson?
My Bill of Rights doesn't apply to anybody outside this country.
Yes, but it applies to everyone inside this country.
You deserve a full education or something.
So in 1886, the court held that the 14th Amendment protections apply to all persons within U.S. jurisdiction, regardless of citizenship. We're just trying to explain all of the Supreme Court cases to you. The Death Star was not built by legislation. Thank you. We're in Washington, D.C. at Trump's Mussolini fascist birthday party.
Only a $45 million taxpayer expense.
Yeah. And we realized that some people don't know what due process means. Democrats talk about it a lot.
They're like, people need due process. But what is that? No, what is it? Do you fucking know?
Yeah, do you know what due process means? So we're going to go around and ask people what due process means to them.
Yeah.
Who here believes in the 14th Amendment? Do you know what due process is?
I don't know. I really don't want to answer any questions.
I don't really want to answer any questions.
Yeah.
I do, yes.
I know it. I'm just not gonna answer it. I don't answer questions.
Fucking all right. We're not gonna watch this whole thing, but there is one spot that I really, really want to go to because I thought this was fucking hilarious. Where does it start? Where does it start? Oh my god, it goes on for so long. It's hilarious. Okay, so yeah, here we go. This is amazing. This is amazing. Okay. Prepare yourselves because OAN was also at this parade.
Hopkins, the court held that the 14th Amendment's protections apply to all persons within U.S. jurisdiction, regardless of citizenship, stating the 14th Amendment to the Constitution is not confined to the protection of citizens. It says, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
Which is the 14th Amendment.
1993, Reno v. Flores. The court confirmed that the Fifth Amendment entitles non-citizens of due process of law, particularly in immigration detention and removal proceeding.
In 1896, Wong Wing versus the United States established that immigrants have a right.
You're with OAN.
Yeah.
Oh my God, here. So we're going to read you all of the Supreme Court cases that allow for due process under the law.
Okay. Well, that's with the 14th Amendment, which we love, the Constitution.
You
Right?
like the Constitution, right?
You know, one thing I think Republicans seem to do, I've noticed over the years, is when they're uncomfortable, they just start smiling. They hope that they can smile away the awkwardness. Because you can tell just, I mean, through the smile, just how awkward she is. She's like, okay, yeah, that sounds exciting.
I mean, it starts with the 14th Amendment, which we love, the Constitution.
You
Right?
like the Constitution, right?
Yeah.
And,
So
the 14th Amendment says that any person within the jurisdiction of the United States is entitled to due process. under the
So,
law.
1886, the court held that the 14th Amendment protections apply to all persons within U.S. jurisdiction, regardless of citizenship, stating that, I'm here to support Palpatine. Yeah, support the Empire.
Well, and our troops.
No, I'm reading, I want to read you all of the cases where due No.
Run
Due
away.
process applies to here. Let's read it to
Help!
her.
I'm being repressed! Who watch OAN seem to think that immigrants don't have the right to due process.
Yeah, let's
which
educate
is
your
crazy,
audience.
right? Because
Wong
you know
Wing,
that they have the right to due process.
1896, Wong Wing v. United
But like
States.
every time you say that they don't,
The court
people
held
believe
that
you, even though you're wrong
non-citizens
about
in
it.
Look at her
United
run.
States are entitled to due process
Look at her run
protections.
away.
Like the 14th Amendment,
Oh my
on its
God.
face value, it's been reaffirmed
They're
15
so scared.
times.
Wait,
And to say otherwise,
what's your definition of due process?
How are we supposed to do propaganda when these guys are reading the Constitution and Supreme Court rulings? How are we supposed to do propaganda for President Trump?
You're from OAN, you know the Constitution.
I mean, she's Dutch. There's nothing stopping ICE from throwing her back to Norway, right?
Yeah.
Like, prove it.
I don't think the
Without
Netherlands are
prove
in
it.
Norway.
Without due process, you can't prove it. You deny someone rights,
Look
you
at her,
deny everyone
running
rights.
away.
Zayas versus Davis, 2001.
Brave OAN.
2001.
You know, even as recently as 2020, with judges that Trump appointed, they affirmed that non-citizens physically present in the United States have due process rights.
Yeah.
Right? This court, essentially, you know, we have
v.
Alito.
Hopkins, 1886. Yamatayev v. Fisher,
Look at them.
1903.
Look at them. They
Long
are
Wing v.
booking
United
it.
States, 1896.
Well, it's
Help.
important for you to know it, because if you tell
Help
these
for being
people something
repressed
wrong,
by
they'll believe the wrong
Supreme
thing.
Court
I'm just trying to
rulings.
explain all of the Supreme Court cases to you.
Yeah, because OAN is confused, and it's confusing these
We
people.
just think OAN's really confused about due process and the Constitution and stuff. Wait.
But it's telling these people that they don't have a right to due process if you're an immigrant, which is wrong based on these court hearings. But once you know, you can tell everyone at OAN.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to explain due process to OAN, and they're walking away from me.
I mean, they're used to asking the questions. That's why they're confused. They're confused because they're like, why aren't we telling people that due process applies to everyone?
Great Sir Lady ran
that's our job as a
away.
news service.
Maybe they're confused, and they need us to educate them.
I mean, it has to be confusion. Otherwise, it's malicious intention to completely confuse the American people in order to allow fascism.
Wait, yeah. So no, that due process, it's a Fifth Amendment right.
14th Amendment.
14th Amendment right. But I was hoping that OAN would want to have good faith conversation about that.
Because we just learned that these guys don't know that, and they listen to you. They trust you.
Yeah.
This is your chance. You can be a hero. You can save people.
Dude, they are walking so far to try and get away from them.
Why are they running?
They are
The truth.
straight up running
I
away.
mean, the truth and freedom.
Yeah, I do, man.
I love you guys. This is sick.
Love you guys.
Oh, you don't even have to be. A lot of these people are Dems. Yeah, a lot of them are Dems.
I saw the first person.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
I thought OAN. I thought they'd want to.
We've talked like.
I thought they'd want to learn about the Constitution and
be pretty
Supreme
liberal.
Court
But
precedent
the thing is,
and
tanks
all of the
are awesome.
wonderful Supreme Court precedents. Do you know about due process? Oh, wait. What's your definition of due process?
Wait, do you guys mind?
No,
Do you
I don't
guys
mind.
mind? We're trying to do
We're
propaganda.
trying to talk about due process.
Just beat it.
Some
Just-
people here are
just
confused 'cause
beat
they
it.
don't think due process applies to everyone.
Just beat it. I want to be on OAN.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Well,
want
because
to
the
talk
14th
about.
Amendment clearly says that it applies to everyone.
Yeah,
Right.
Yakwo.
We're not looking for conversations. Like, we're not looking
Yakwo v. Hopkins.
Well, I mean, because if one person doesn't have due process, no one has due process.
We've respectfully told you to please not engage anymore. So
did you?
Please stop
I- I-
engaging
I didn't
us.
hear you
I
say
said
that.
God bless and have a great day.
God
I
bless.
didn't take that as a
She said
dismissal.
God
I was like,
bless.
God bless you. I
Yes.
am
God
having a
bless
great
you
day.
too.
Yeah. Yeah, why God bless and have a great day. That doesn't mean go away. No, not strictly speaking. You could just say that generally. It's fucking hilarious. These people are pathetic.
So you are saying to disengage.
I remember when Republicans and like Ben Shapiro were talking about facts over feelings. Meanwhile, now here in 2025, we have OAN reporters, quote unquote, running away from the facts so that they can do feel-good stories about their feelings.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you don't put out misinformation when you know better.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I mean, OAN, of course, wouldn't.
Yeah,
Of course they
Long
wouldn't.
Wing versus the United
No.
States.
The Supreme Court's definition, the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, no, we could
no.
read it here.
No, you said it's in our opinion, which is a lie.
Max, here, read
It's
this.
the Supreme Court's opinion. So if people are confused, the 14th Amendment applies to everyone, as reaffirmed in Yamada versus Fisher, Yakwo versus Hopkins, again and again, from 1896 to present day. 2020, the Trump Supreme Court also reaffirmed that everyone has a right to due process if they are within the borders of the United States.
Yeah.
I feel,
Thank you.
I feel bad for this little girl. She's got a real shitty dad. To bring your daughter to this farce, buy her MAGA hats, get on interviews on OAN with her. I mean, my God. The indoctrination is wild. These people need just normal hobbies. Like maybe they just need to start hiking or something. I don't know what their deal is, but they just,
You could just be sent to jail on what? Suspicion of guilt without a trial?
Yeah.
That'd be terrible.
Can you imagine?
My goodness.
I was really concerned that the people from OAN didn't know what due process was, so I really wanted to educate them. So I'm glad we had this I'm glad we had this talk. Thank you.
I think they did a genuine public service because
They did do a genuine public service. It's amazing. OAN would do the exact same thing if the tables were turned. I mean, they absolutely would. And I'll bet if we asked OAN, devoid of this particular situation, if you asked any OAN anchor if they supported MTG stalking David Hogg over and over and over again, I'm sure they would be like, I loved that. That was based as fuck. MTG didn't give a shit what David wanted. She just kept bothering and pestering him, and you know, like that's within her rights to do. You know, meanwhile, OAN runs away from the 14th Amendment and Supreme Court decisions in public, and then cries when they follow them around, just trying to get out the truth. All right. Now, let's go to global news from yesterday and talk about what Kash Patel has been up to. Maybe this is why I'm going to say that this next video might be why Kash Patel, and I'm probably wrong, but I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe, just maybe, this is why Kash Patel isn't, you know, investigating Vance Belter for terrorism, or for those Nazis who stole military equipment from a military base. Maybe that's why. Maybe this is why he's just been too busy. He's been very busy. Busy doing what? Let's find out.
In a recent appearance with Joe Rogan, FBI Director Kash Patel blaming Vancouver once again in the fentanyl crisis.
They're flying it into Vancouver. They're taking the precursors up to Canada, manufacturing it up there, and doing their global distribution routes from up there because we were being so effective down south.
What is going on? This guy is the director of the FBI. How many appearances has Cash App made on the Joe Rogan Experience since becoming the director of the FBI? I think this is at least number 3 that I've seen. What is the fucking deal? Like a month ago, Republicans were crying and screaming on social media. You know, Glenn Beck on his podcast was like, you know, remember like 86-47? Remember the 86-47 and all the Republicans? Why is the former FBI director posting on social media 86? Meanwhile, Cash App is just over and over again going on to the Joe Rogan Experience. What's the difference exactly?
Vancouver, they're taking the precursors up to Canada, manufacturing it up there, and doing their global distribution routes from up there because we were being so effective down south.
An assistant commander of the RCMP agrees. Precursors from China are coming into our country. Officers are working to disrupt their flow, but disagrees with other parts of Patel's claims.
The assertion that Canada is exporting fentanyl in significant quantities into the U.S. is not accurate.
It's also not reflected in U.S. data. In the 2024 fiscal year, more than 18,000 pounds of fentanyl were seized at the U.S.-Mexico border. Along the northern border, just more than 10 pounds. So far this year, more than 7 pounds from Mexico were confiscated, and just over 1 pound from Canada. But one organized crime expert says it's critical not to be distracted by the data.
The drugs themselves don't move by themselves, don't get produced by themselves. So let's have the serious conversation about who are the threat actors, i.e. the criminal organizations, what type of support and enabling do they get from foreign.
I found that to be a very strange claim. Don't be distracted by the data. I'm sorry. I don't think I can get on board with that claim. Don't be distracted by the data. No. I'd say no. I will be distracted by the data because that's literally the only way to determine these things. I'm not just going to play some game of ethereal, non-quantifiable claiming of things. That's nonsense. Why would anybody not? I mean, what? Don't let yourself be fooled. Don't let yourself be fooled by your lying eyes and the lying data. Just come up with whatever you want to come up with. We're living in strange times, people. Very strange times. Don't be distracted by the data. Don't be distracted by the Constitution. Don't be distracted by former constitutional law or the Supreme Court rulings. No, we are living in a fantasy world. Okay, we make up whatever we want. We'll retcon it. We'll in post we'll make something up, and that's better actually than going by the data. Okay. Shock of shocks though. Kash Patel on Joe Rogan Experience, touting lies. All right, let's quickly talk about the Federal Reserve. Earlier today, on Wednesday, the Federal Reserve announced its interest rate decision, as well as Jerome Powell making a number of statements at a press conference. Here's CBS News. Get us talking about this.
The Federal Reserve's interest rate decision is expected in just a matter of hours. Fed Chair Jerome Powell will make the announcement at 2 p.m. Eastern time today. And ahead of this announcement, some strong words from President Trump this morning outside the White House. Here's what he had to say.
Now we have a man that just refuses to lower the Fed rate, just refuses to do it.
Not gonna do it.
He's not a smart person. I don't even think he's that political. I think he hates me, but that's okay. He should.
I think he hates me.
I call him every name in the book, trying to get.
He won't lower interest rates because he hates me. It's personal. He doesn't like me at all, and that's why he won't lower interest rates. Not because my own policies are absolutely inflationary when it comes to trade. That's not it. It's because Jerome just really doesn't like me. Even though I'm the one who appointed him, who nominated him for the job, he just hates me. I don't know why.
To do something. I've been nice to him. I do it always. I don't know
Such a nice guy.
I've been so nice.
Aren't
to
I a
him,
good guy?
Let's have dinner.
Aren't I good? Please
Too
clap.
late. I'd go
Everyone, please clap.
too late. Come on, too late. Let's have dinner. I do it every way in the book. I'm nasty. I'm nice. Nothing works. He's like just a stupid person.
All right, on that note, let's bring in CBS.
He's just like a stupid person. I don't get it. He's like a stupid person who has way more qualifications than I do on economics. Has an actual degree in economics. Unlike me, a guy who has really not spent a lot of time with his studies. Was gifted hundreds of millions of dollars by my father. I know economics better than Jerome. Tariffs, actually great. Other countries pay them, as it turns out. I just found it hilarious. Now, the reason Jerome Powell is, of course, not lowering interest rates like Donnie wants, and of course, well, if you didn't hear, the Federal Reserve did not lower interest rates or raise them. They kept them the same once again for whatever it is, like 5 meetings in a row. But they're data dependent. The Federal Reserve is data dependent, and right now, unemployment is quite low, but inflation is still, problematic. It's still above their 2% target, and with Donald Trump's tariff policies, there is a threat, an imminent threat, within the next 2 weeks, level imminent threat, of there being, a great deal of inflation. I mean, we have 2 weeks until Re-Liberation Day. July 9th will be when, the tariffs come back on. And basically no deals have been announced. No tariff deals have been announced, essentially, right? No full tariff deals have been announced between the United States and any other country. Right? We talked about the UK one. They announced it, but they haven't even finalized the whole thing yet. And it is insane. And it's just prudent to not lower interest rates right now. For the love of God. Donnie is very mad at Jerome Powell for not lowering interest rates. Now, one quick point I just want to make for everyone. The Federal Reserve lowered interest rates, the federal lending rates, okay, because there's a difference. They don't control the treasuries, right? In terms of, they can't artificially lower treasury rates unless they manipulate those rates by quantitative easing, right? In the wake of the financial crisis, that's what we did, right? We spent trillions upon trillions of dollars lowering interest rates artificially, right? By buying bonds, forcing the interest rates down, right? I'm not going to explain the whole thing. I think most people kind of understand it. But aside from that, all they can do is change the Federal Reserve lending rate. And that lending rate essentially applies only to financial institutions. Because you and I, we can't go to the Federal Reserve and borrow money. They will laugh us out of the room. In fact, I don't even know how one would even attempt to contact the Federal Reserve and ask them for money as a private citizen. So the federal lending rate is for banks and other financial institutions, right? And that's what the federal lending rate it relates to, right? It's what they are lending money to banks, so they can lower that rate. But they lowered that rate by half a percentage point back in September of last year. But since then, interest rates have only gone up. Go look at the graph. Go look at the graph. It's almost on the day that the Federal Reserve lowered interest rates, the Federal Reserve lending rate, interest rates went up, and they've continued going up since then, right? So it's not even a guarantee that people's borrowing costs will be lowered. It will just be banks' borrowing costs that would be lowered, not necessarily you or I, on your mortgage or your car loan or your credit card. And, I feel like that's something that Donald Trump doesn't understand, and that definitely most of his voters do not understand. It's completely up to the market, right? It's up to banks. It's up to investors what winds up happening to treasuries, which are what is actually used as for mortgages. Right, that is what is the peg. That is what they base your interest rates on, not the federal lending rate, not what they're getting the money for. No. They don't give a shit about that. What they worry about is whether or not they could take the money that they're taking from the Fed and buy those bonds up with. Because there's nothing stopping a bank from doing that. In fact, many banks have done that, right? You borrow money from the Fed lower than what you can get from a treasury, right? And then they go and buy treasuries. Like, or buy stocks, right? After the repeal of Glass-Steagall, banks can be investment vehicles too. They can run hedge funds and whatever the fuck else with your money, right? And that's what they, it's whatever. I'm not going to get too deep in the weeds on this, but point is, even if Fed Chair Jerome Powell chooses to lower interest rates at any time in the near future, it's not a guarantee that anyone's borrowing costs, aside from banks, will go down. Write that down. All right, how are we doing on time? All right, let's quickly talk about robots. They are coming. The robots are coming.
A global technology firm has designed this humanoid robot.
My name is Eon. I'm a working humanoid from Zurich.
To address what it says are worker shortages in various industries. The company, Hexagon, says Eon will start work later this year in live industrial settings, testing its ability to complement the workforce.
I love the framing from Reuters. They continue to talk about worker shortages and shit. They're not going to be used solely for worker shortages. And that is a nonsense framing that they are giving this. Oh, they're just going to use the robots for the jobs people don't want to do. They're not going to replace your jobs with robots. No, don't worry. It's just for the places where nobody wants those jobs. Don't worry, people.
Give me a joke.
Aeon is our latest humanoid robot. It's quite special for us. It's the 6th generation that we have in the last 2 years.
That's Arno Robert, the president of Hexagon's robotics division. He says Eon is meant to fill a gap in the workforce.
We're seeing a labor shortage, actually, in many industries, automotive, transportation, and so on, where the older generation is going to retirement, the middle generation is not interested in those tasks anymore, and the younger generation, for sure, wants to do other things.
Most industrial robots remain low-tech, with fixed arms for welding, painting, and assembly. But advancements in artificial intelligence and hardware are...
Yeah, they're just going to keep making these sorts of claims that nobody wants these jobs. Nobody wants jobs, right? But don't worry, we're not going to create a social safety net for people without jobs. We're going to replace all the jobs. The dangerous jobs, maybe the less dangerous jobs, maybe not completely non-dangerous jobs with the robots. But don't worry, you're not going to have food stamps. Don't worry, you're not going to have health care. Don't worry, there's not going to be any social safety net for you. So you better just die, Better just die. It's going to be fine. All right, let's see what Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, had to say about robotics.
Greg is a perfect example of what's possible now with robotics. The technology necessary to teach a robot, to manipulate, to simulate, and of course, the manifestation of an incredible robot is now right in front of them.
This is going to be the decade of robotics. In this decade, we will see robots at home, we'll see robots in factories, we'll see robots.
I love how he's trying to convince me with his eyebrows that, you know, this is good. This is a good thing. He's like, oh, this is the decade of robotics. It's going to be exciting.
In this decade, we will see robots at home, we'll see robots in factories, we'll see robots in, all over helping us do things.
Great.
And so this is the robotics.
Well, as long as you can afford a robot. If you can't afford a robot, then I guess you'll just be left behind, and the people who can afford robots, they'll just continue to leap ahead of the people that can't. It'll be great. It'll be really good. And Jensen's really excited about it.
And it's so great to have little Disney Greg on stage with me, and just the way that it animates and articulates, you could see it's really come to life.
Nice. So glad. It's really come to life. How great. Where is Jensen? We don't need to watch all this garbage. By the way, this guy is a multi-billionaire, if you're not aware. It's very, very wealthy.
We all know that AI technology is transformative in every single industry and everything that we do. We know that it can understand information of any kind, it can generate content, it can translate content, and now with agentic AI and robotics capability, these.
Also, they need to stop saying the word agentic. It really bothers the fuck out of me. Just say autonomous. I feel like they say agentic to avoid saying the word autonomous because it sounds scary when you think about robots with complete autonomy, right? But that's what he's saying. That's what the definition of agentic is autonomous. Is a robot with no one controlling it, making its own decisions in whatever sphere, whatever space it's in.
AI technologies is going to really be quite productive for all kinds of applications.
So great.
And so I think that's incredible.
Well, no one aside from Jensen should think that it's incredible, because the fact is the more productive robots get, the more that they threaten into the society in general, right? I mean, people who are working right now should be concerned that they are trying to make them as productive as possible. And none of these guys are coming out and saying, we need socialism right now. None of them are. But that's exactly what we need right now. And we need to stop the robots and the AI race until we get it. Because the fact is, at some point, if they do achieve their goals, and it seems like they are genuinely heading in that direction, and we haven't yet secured that, then what levers will humanity have to pull to pressure companies into, or the government or whatever, into respecting them and making sure that they are properly taken care of? And the fact is, the capitalists already, own the means of production. They own the governments in many ways, right? They, with money in politics, right? They already are keeping the United States specifically, we are gutting the social safety net, running in the other direction away from socialism. I mean, literally, Kristi Noem was out there saying we have to root out the socialists from Los Angeles and everywhere. I mean, maybe it's more concerning to me than everyone else, but when I think about it, I'm just playing it out in my head. The more and more that AI and robotics is integrated into different work, into different spheres, into different marketplaces, the less ability that the worker will have to push back, to ask for more, to, you know, like, they won't give a shit if we go on strike because, oh, we'll just replace you. We'll just replace you with robots. We'll replace you with AI. That's fine. You have fun out there in your picket line. You're not going to get shit. We're not coming to the negotiating table. We're not interested in giving you health care. We're not interested in giving you a raise, right? Go fuck yourself. And so long as we don't have an adequate social safety net, we are going to slip into a genuine dystopia. We're already living under fascism. But then soon we can have some, you know, sci-fi level dystopias happening here. Any day now. All right, let's quickly talk about some environmental issues. Let's go here first. I actually don't know what state this news organization's from. WFAA. 2 days ago. According to this news outlet, the EPA is apparently telling some of its staff to stop enforcing violations against oil and gas companies.
Illegal.
Yeah, why would we enforce the law?
Come on!
The Environmental Protection Agency is reportedly telling some of its staff to stop enforcing violations against oil and gas companies.
Not going to do it.
CNN
Wouldn't
says
be
that
prudent
directive
at
was
this
issued
juncture.
verbally in recent months to EPA staff overseeing the Midwest. In addition, sources say its enforcement office has effectively lost a partner in the U.S. Department of Justice's Environmental Division, where buyouts and firings have greatly thinned staff. This comes as EPA insiders say there's broad pressure within the agency to ease scrutiny of the fossil fuel industry. Efforts to reduce enforcement fit with an ambition.
This is genuinely disturbing to me. We've already talked about how little responsibility and concern that these oil and gas companies take with their business. I mean, we talked about ghost wells in the past. I mean, they're already causing environmental catastrophes all over the place. And that's just with the drilling and the transportation of oil and gas, let alone the actual effects of burning the oil and gas. But we're just gonna stop enforcing the law against oil and gas companies now because we've got a fucking climate change denier at the head of the EPA. And this is insane.
This is ridiculous!
So irresponsible. The Trump administration is genuinely a vindictive garbage administration that is just going after everything that makes sense. Everything that protects people. Just get rid of it. We don't need it. I don't need it. I can live in my ivory tower and I'll never notice. Meanwhile, people in West Virginia or wherever drinking methane straight out the tap. Let's talk another oil and gas story, but this one has to do with gas stations in Buffalo, New York, where supposedly, according to the Chautauqua County executive, are potentially colluding.
Illegal.
To keep gas prices high.
Next here tonight, we're following up on a story that we first brought you last week. A viewer reaching out to us asking to look into the high gas prices in Jamestown and the rest of Chautauqua County. I want to show you this. According to AAA, the national average for regular gas is $3.17 a gallon. Across western New York, the average a little less at $3.12 a gallon. But in Chautauqua County, the average sits nearly 18 cents more at $3.30 a gallon. Now the county executive calling on state and federal authorities to investigate why gas prices in his county continue to outpace state and national averages. 7 News senior reporter Maki Becker listening to the people of Chautauqua County and sharing their concerns for us tonight.
Do you find it's more expensive here than other places?
Yes.
Way too high. Way too high.
I'm traveling, so I have no other option.
I mean, there's not much you can do about it other than to go to the reservation.
$3.39 for a gallon of unleaded gas. That seems to be the going price everywhere in Chautauqua County, and it doesn't matter if you're in Dunkirk or Jamestown or Mayville. The county executive wants to know why, and he's calling for an investigation.
The entire county is all locked in at the same price. That's what's very intriguing.
Ask anyone in Chautauqua County, and virtually everyone will tell you.
How is that possible? How is the entire county locked in at the exact same price? Huh. Either they've got ESP or they're colluding with one another. Just like capitalists all over the place are doing, like with real estate on RealPage. You know, it is ridiculous. This is where we're at, people. You know, they're empowering capitalists to just do whatever the fuck they want. So this is just going to continue, this kind of garbage. More collusion between businesses, price fixing, whatever financial crimes you want to commit, totally fine. Totally fine in this Trump administration. Speaking of the Trump administration, let's talk about how those FEMA cuts are affecting people. People in places that helped Donald Trump win. CBS News from yesterday.
Welcome back. A CBS News investigation finds that recent Trump administration cuts to FEMA's storm preparation program are overwhelmingly impacting communities that backed the president. CBS Evening News anchor Maurice Dubois went to the town of Central Louisiana, which was hit by historic flooding in 2016, and while there, he spoke to Central's mayor, Wade Evans.
Any person that flooded is shocked that it would be considered politics to do flood mitigation.
What should it be considered?
It should be considered common sense. To me, it's a brilliant business decision.
In Louisiana alone, 34 grants totaling $185 million were eliminated. A CBS News investigation found Republican-leaning places, such as Central, are bearing the brunt of cuts. 2/3 of counties that have lost their funding chose President Trump over Kamala Harris in the 2024 election. Earlier this month, Evans went to Washington to lobby his lawmakers, but says he was told it's up to the White House to reinstate the funding.
80% of this community voted for the president.
Yes.
If you and anyone else in the community had a moment with him, what would you say to him?
I would tell him, Mr. President, it's time to put the bomb away and pull out the scalpel. And let's look at these projects for the merit of what they do, not politics.
And Maurice Dubois is here now. Maurice, it's great to have.
I wouldn't trust Donald Trump with the scalpel either. Dude's not competent enough to do any kind of surgery. I know that. But I find it fascinating. Trump voters feel like they're not getting merit from Donald Trump. Shocking.
With us, thanks so much for this reporting and your perspective. What did the White House, if anything, say to you when you and the team asked?
If anything, they had no comment, Major. However, FEMA did talk to us. They responded by saying, look,
They see it as political. They see it as about climate change and politics more than anything else. Obviously, the mayor of Central there would beg to differ.
And as I understand it, Maurice, these are resilience grants meant to mitigate and help communities prepare before the next disaster comes. If that grant money is eliminated, what options do these communities have?
Yeah, in the case of Central, it was $40 million. They're just basically out of luck at the moment. They're going to try to go back to FEMA and any other sources they can think of and try to apply under a different program or some other means. But, you know, it doesn't look great. The director of DHS, Christy Noem, she runs FEMA, of course, oversees it. And she recently sent out a memo. Our reporting shows that she sent a memo that told everyone in the department, anyone asking for grants, $100,000 or more, it has to go through her approval only. So you can extrapolate out of that. The likelihood isn't great.
Maurice, you and I both know that there is a firm resilience within the Trump MAGA world. Did you detect in your travels any buyer's remorse over this issue?
Good question. 8 out of 10 people there in the county voted for Donald Trump. The mayor, he's a Republican. I asked him directly, would you vote for him again? And he said, given the choices, I would. Kamala Harris.
See, you know, that's the problem with the Trump voters. You know, as long as they get the enough things out of Donald Trump, as long as they get, you know, attacks on, you know, trans people and immigrants and, you know, like whatever the welfare state, they're fine. Even if their house winds up getting, you know, flooded and they don't get any money from the federal government to help out, they'd still vote for him again. You know, because there's no way they're going to vote for a black woman, a black communist woman. Of course, Kamala Harris was nowhere close to being communist, but they continue to call people like Kamala Harris like communists and Marxists and all this other crap. They're just too stupid for their own good. That's mostly the problem, unfortunately, and or too hateful to see through their emotions. I'm sorry, chat. It's lagging so bad. I gotta try and fuck with some. I need to deal with this. It is just getting, the lag is getting so bad. Oh, Jesus. I just noticed the goal ended. And we're about to take a second break. Since we didn't complete the goal, I do feel, maybe I should just end the stream. Maybe end the stream and just do test. Maybe do some tests or something. I don't know. Because we just continue to run into this problem with lag. I gotta figure it out. We can't keep having this happen. Okay, well, I'm gonna try for a little bit longer. If it continues like this, I'm probably just gonna end the stream. But we are at 4 hours, so we're gonna take an actual break, even though that felt like a break just now. It's making me sad that we didn't complete the goal. So when we don't complete the goal, it means bad things for me. It means bad things. Okay, don't worry though, we'll be back. Hopefully, after these brief space messages. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, subscribe, bell. Great ways, of course, to support the stream if you so choose. YouTube, Cash App, PayPal, and of course the best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. So, up to you, people. Up to you how you want to support the stream. Anyways, I'll be right back. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and enjoy the break. right, chat. I'm back. I'm gonna try to stream a little bit more. Fingers crossed, hopefully starts working. I'm having a rough week. It's my birthday weekend, and ever since then, it's been a litany of terrible things. My refrigerator broke, making all of my food go bad, and now the stream has been lagging again, even though I put all that fucking work trying to migrate everything over to a different stream platform. I'm like genuinely running out of ideas on how to make this stream stop lagging. I'm gonna keep trying for a little bit. Maybe if we complete the goal, be able to do the whole stream. Oh god, I sound sad. In my head, I sound sad. Alright, everything's fine. Let's go to NBCLA from yesterday. Talk about how people are recovering or not recovering from the LA fire, which happened earlier this year. All right.
Now to our wildfire recovery. The California Department of Insurance launched an investigation into how State Farm's handling of claims linked to the Eaton and Palisades fires.
But as that process begins, fire victims are finding out the rebuilding process may need to end or at least put on pause.
NBC4's Karma Dickerson live in the Palisades, checking in on one homeowner's rebuild and the roadblocks he and his family are facing. Hey, Karma.
Hey there. So the person who lives in this house behind me, the family actually, was really looking forward to this home being a beacon of hope in the community. But they say because of issues with insurance, it's not clear when or how they'll be able to continue with their rebuild.
A fully framed house on a fire-ravaged street. This home has become a symbol of the Palisades fire recovery. But what was a full steam ahead rebuild effort may be grinding to a halt.
We are going to run out of funds.
The Lopez family met with us last month as they came out to survey the progress.
I really truly believe that we are motivating people to come back.
They have been so anxious to rebuild their Palisades community, they moved forward with their rebuild on their own dime before receiving their full insurance payout.
Because
immediately,
if not sooner, the insurance would follow through.
5 months later, their personal funds are dwindling down.
But is this going to hurt our family if we were basically call it 75% done, and we have to stop our home, our construction?
And problems getting insurance payouts are piling up. Lopez says despite the total loss of his home, State Farm is offering about $400,000 less than their policy limit.
You pay your bills for years and years. Even said that I'd rather pay a little bit more to have a better coverage than to be left out like this.
Thursday, the California Department of Insurance launched an investigation into State Farm's handling of the Eaton and Palisades fire claims. The state will do a market conduct examination in response to customer complaints.
We have collected over 400 firsthand accounts of systemic delays and denials and underpayments by State Farm on our website at efsurvivors.net.
Joy Chen is the founder of the Eaton Fire Survivors Network, a group who has been...
Oh my god, it's lagging again. And Mo and Noah sent... Oh, wow. Mo and Noah gifting 5 sweet Galactic memberships to people. Mr. Spock got one. Calico Conspirators got one. Bad Lefty, Zach Wilson, and Eileen O also got one. Thank you, Mo and Noah. I appreciate you. But god damn it, it is still lagging. Oh...
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Oh, it is painful. You know, one thing that, I mean, one of the reasons why I want the stream to not lag, aside from everyone's enjoyment of the stream, is because I need to start clipping the stream more. But like, I keep going back and trying to look at the streams to clip them, and they're all laggy. They're all fucking laggy. And so like, it reduces the quality. And so I'm just like, well, why clip this and repost it if it looks like garbage? But I feel like I need to be clipping the stream to be able to get us over 1,000 subscribers, you know? One thing that would really help us around here is if we had 1,000 subs. And the fact that we're only like 30 away is ridiculous, you know? Like 38 away. But like, we've like been like slowing down on increased subscriber numbers. But if we had 1,000 subs, I mean, I don't know. I don't know the exact number, but I know it would at least help subsidize what we're doing here, right? It would help greatly if, you know, we could be running ads on the stream. I know people don't love ads, but, you know, like, everyone else has ads on their streams, and we still don't have ads here. And you know, that's definitely cutting into things. You know, I thought we would have ads essentially like months ago, like 3 or 4 months ago. Like I was doing the math. We were getting a certain number of subscriptions, like new subs on YouTube every month. And now we're like plateauing in a way that I don't like. Partly I think it has to do with the fact that I'm not clipping, I'm not posting vids and stuff. I'm just streaming. I feel like I'm just like in this like vortex of terribleness. This just like cycle where like I feel like I gotta keep streaming every day or as much as I can. You know, I do, right? Like, I mean, that's what I want to be able to do. I also need to be like, we got to get the subscriber numbers up at this point. It's like, it's really starting to be problematic. You know, like I am like struggling like every month here. Oh God, I don't even know what I was going to say about this video. Oh, right. No, I mean, it's horrifying. The State Farm is intentionally underpaying, delaying, denying, and deposing. Triple D. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at it. It's just frozen. And it makes me even sadder in a way. You know, Mo and Hope just donated 5 Membies, sweet Membies to the Space Fams. But I don't know how we can continue like this. It's terrible. It's just a single frame. I feel like I'm being screwed with cosmically somehow. No idea. No idea what to think about that. Oh my God, even this screen is just freaking... I'm sorry, chat, but I really do think I gotta end the stream. I'll try. I mean, I just don't know what else to do. I gotta try and make this stop lagging. Like, it just can't keep going on like this. I'm sorry, Space Fams. I love you all. I'm going to try and do a Juneteenth stream today, or Thursday. I just gotta end it here. I gotta try and fix this. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm gonna have to sit here and do a bunch of research and see what it is I'm missing on all of this, what it is I'm not doing. Two frames per second clips will drag down the whole thing. Yeah, no, I can't be posting 2 frame per second clips. Yeah, no, that's exactly, Bob. Which is why, I mean, that's why I'm not posting clips lately at all. Well, it's not the only reason, but it's certainly one of the reasons why I haven't been posting clips. Like last week, I was working on a clip, and then I realized that it was completely lagged the fuck out, and that it looked terrible. I feel bad. I really do. I love you all. I'm gonna try and do what's a good idea? What are we talking about? Mona Up had a good idea. What's the idea? Someone tell me what the idea is, so I don't have to go through all the chat to try and figure it out. Oh, this is depressing me, chat. You know, if 4% of the people that are subscribed to this stream on YouTube were to get one other person, that's right, less than 4%, 3.9%. I just did the math. If 3.9% of the people who are subscribed to the stream got one other person to subscribe, we'd be at 1,000. Just saying. Feels like it's so close. But seriously, what's the good idea? Is there something that I can do? This that people are. What are we talking about? Is there anyone in the short stream? I'm not even doing the short stream anymore. Oh, was short stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're not even doing the short stream right now because it was causing too much lag, and then I stopped doing it, and then we've still. I honestly don't know. I don't know what I am like at my limit right now with the lag. Oh God, I need help. I feel like I've tried everything. And there was a time, and we were running absolutely everything that we're running right now, where we weren't lagging. We weren't lagging at all. And then one day it just started lagging, and I don't know what it caused it. All right. Well, that's gonna be it for me tonight, chat. Hope you all enjoy the stream. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.